Good evening, dear dreamers, and welcome to tonight's bedtime story. As we unwind from a beautiful spring day, let us embrace the gentle whispers of a serene evening. Here in this tranquil space, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Allow your imagination to drift into whimsical worlds where anything is possible. Let go of your worries and embrace this peaceful moment. Remember, you can enjoy these stories ad-free on our Patreon, ensuring a seamless journey into slumber. Wishing you a restful night filled with the warmth of springtime dreams. Story 1. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves, there lay a small village named Evenfall. It was a place where cobblestone paths curled like sleeping cats, where the lamplight glowed with captured firefly essence, and where every evening the sky above bloomed with a tapestry of stars so clear and bright you could almost hear them sing. The people of Evenfall were gentle folk, bakers, weavers, gardeners, and stargazers, who lived in harmony with the woods and the gentle magic that drifted through the air like dandelion fluff. But one autumn evening, as the village clock tower chimed 7 times, each chime a soft, bronze note that lingered in the crisp air, something peculiar happened. A little girl named Elara, who loved to trace constellations with her fingertip, noticed that one star in the sky, the bright, steadfast one called the Weaver's Needle, had vanished. At first the villagers thought it a trick of the clouds, but night after night, more stars began to disappear. Not in clusters, but one by one, as if being gently plucked from the heavens. And with each missing star, the village felt a little dimmer, a little quieter, as though the very spirit of Evenfall was slowly fading. Among the villagers was a young woman named Elara, a weaver by trade, who crafted tapestries so intricate they seemed to capture not just images, but feelings. The warmth of a hearth, the scent of rain on dry earth, the comfort of a shared smile. Elara noticed other small, strange happenings, too. The flowers in the garden of the village elder, which normally bloomed in shades of crimson and gold, now changed color overnight, soft violet one morning, sea green the next. And old Barnaby, the clockmaker, swore that his pendulum clocks sometimes ticked backward for a few seconds, though no time was ever truly lost. The village was abuzz with whispers, but no one was frightened, only deeply curious. Elara, with her kind heart and keen eye, decided she would uncover the mystery. She did not rush or fret. Instead, she sat in her cozy workshop, listening to the gentle patter of rain against her window panes and the distant, rhythmic tolling of the clock tower. She watched and she remembered. Her grandmother had once told her that every answer in Evenfall could be found in one of 3 places: in the old nursery rhymes sung by the children, in the patterns of the stars above, or in the ancient maps tucked away in the village archive. So, Elara began there. She spent her mornings in the archive, a snug little building that smelled of aged paper and cedar, where the only sounds were the rustling of pages and the occasional chime of wind bells hanging outside the window. She pored over maps drawn on pressed leaves, maps that showed not just paths through the woods, but also the flow of streams that sparkled with stardust in clearings where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. On one map she noticed a small, almost forgotten corner of the whispering woods labeled the Glade of Sighing Stones, a place no one had visited in years. In the afternoons she joined the village children as they played skip rope and sang their rhymes. One in particular caught her attention, a lilting verse that had been passed down for generations. When stars begin to hide their light, and colors shift from day to night, seek the stones where whispers sleep, and promises the heavens keep. Follow the path the moon has laid. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Elara felt a thrill of recognition. The Glade of Sighing Stones was mentioned in the rhyme. But what did it mean? And how was it connected to the vanishing stars? Her first clue came from an unexpected place. Old Barnaby, concerned about his clocks, asked Elara if she could weave a tapestry that showed the night sky as it once was, a map of the stars in thread. She agreed, and as she worked, she noticed something odd. In her tapestry she wove the constellations just so, but when she looked up at the real sky, she saw gaps, not random ones, but gaps that mirrored the pattern of an older, half-forgotten constellation called the Keeper's Chain, a string of stars that, according to legend, held the sky's memories. Could someone or something be collecting those stars? But why? The following evening, as Elara walked through the village square, she heard the soft, melodic ringing of the wind chimes hanging from the bakery's eaves. The baker, a cheerful man named Rowan, was taking out a tray of freshly baked star-shaped shortbread cookies. "Look," he said, offering one to Elara. "Even my cookies are missing a point tonight." He laughed, but Elara paused. The missing point of the cookie star matched the missing point in the Keeper's Chain constellation. This felt like a clue, but it was a red herring, as she would soon discover. For days, Elara wondered if the baker's oven, with its warm, dough-scented breath, was somehow affecting the stars. She even asked the village children to sing their rhymes near the bakery, in case the vibrations of their voices stirred something. But all that happened was that Rowan's cat, a fluffy ginger named Ember, started batting at the wind chimes, making them sing sweeter than ever. And in that simple, joyful moment, Elara realized the red herring had led her not to the answer, but to a delightful discovery. The wind chimes, when struck by the right breeze, played a tune that matched the nursery rhyme's melody. She was getting closer. Guided by the rhyme and the old map, Elara decided to venture into the whispering woods to find the glade of sighing stones. She packed a small satchel with a star chart tapestry, a lantern that glowed with captured moonlight, and a handful of Rowan's star-shaped cookies. The woods welcomed her with the sound of rustling leaves and the soft gurgle of a nearby stream. Fireflies blinked in the shadows, and the air smelled of damp moss and distant rain. After walking along a path embroidered with roots and sprinkled with dewdrops, she arrived at the glade. It was a circular clearing where pale, smooth stones lay in a ring, each one humming faintly when the wind touched it. In the center of the glade stood a figure, a small, slender being with skin the color of twilight and hair that shimmered like spun starlight. It was a star keeper, a creature of ancient lore, who tended the constellations and ensured the sky's stories were remembered. The star keeper looked sad, their eyes reflecting the dimmed sky above. When they spoke, their voice was like the chime of a distant bell. "I am sorry," they said. "I did not mean to cause worry, but the Keeper's Chain, the constellation that holds the sky's oldest memories, has been fading. I have been gathering starlight to repair it, one star at a time." Elara listened, her heart full of empathy. "Why did the chain begin to fade?" she asked gently. The star keeper sighed, and the stones in the glade hummed in harmony. "Because the stories are being forgotten," they explained. "The Keeper's Chain is woven from tales of kindness, courage, and friendship, the very stories your village used to share under the stars. But lately everyone has been so busy, the stories have gone untold. Without them, the chain weakens." Now Elara understood. The color-changing flowers, the clocks ticking backward, they were not caused by the missing stars, but were gentle reminders from the woods themselves, nudging the villagers to pay attention, to remember the magic in their midst. She also realized the importance of the nursery rhyme and the map. They were not just clues, but heirlooms, ways the village had preserved its connection to the sky and the stories above. Elara returned to Evenfall and gathered everyone in the square, under the dimmed but still hopeful sky. She did not accuse or demand, she simply shared what she had learned. She spoke of the Star Keeper's loneliness, the fading stories, and the importance of remembering. And then she did what she did best, she wove. She wove a tapestry that told the story of the Star Keeper and the Keeper's Chain, a tapestry that seemed to shimmer with captured starlight. inspired, the villagers began sharing their own stories. The baker told of the time the whole village helped him rebuild his oven after a storm. The clockmaker recounted how the children had found his lost spectacles in a pile of autumn leaves. The gardener shared tales of flowers that bloomed from seeds given by a passing traveler. With each story, a faint star reappeared in the sky, burning a little brighter. And then, led by the children singing the nursery rhyme, the villagers walked together to the glade of sighing stones, carrying lanterns and kindness in their hearts. There they met the star keeper, and under the gentle light of the returning stars, they shared more stories, old and new. The star keeper, no longer lonely, wove the starlight back into the keeper's chain, and the sky above Evenfall bloomed once more, brighter and more beautiful than ever. The strange happenings ceased. The flowers returned to their warm colors, the clocks ticked steadily forward, and the stars remained steadfast and shining. But the village had changed. They now gathered every week under the stars to share stories, to sing rhymes, and to remember. The mystery had not frightened them. It had brought them closer, knitting them together like threads in one of Elara's tapestries. And as the village clock tower chimed a soft, steady rhythm through the night, and the wind chimes sang their gentle tunes, the people of Evenfall knew that they were part of a story much larger than themselves, a story written in the stars, told in whispers, and remembered in hearts. And in that knowing they rested, peaceful and dreaming, under a sky that would never again grow dim. Story 2. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the walls like golden memories given form. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees with a gentle shushing sound, as if nature itself was settling in for a story. And what better night for a tale of quiet wonders than this? In a little house at the edge of a sleeping village lived a young boy named Leo, whose greatest treasure was his grandmother's stories. She would tell him of magical places and extraordinary things, always ending with the same twinkle in her eye. The most wonderful magic, my dear, often hides in the most ordinary of places. One rainy afternoon, with the steady pitter-patter of drops playing rhythm against the window panes, Leo found himself exploring the attic. The air smelled of cedar and memories, of dried lavender and time itself. Dust motes danced in the slanted light from the round window, as Leo moved carefully between towers of boxes and forgotten furniture, draped in ghostly white sheets. In the farthest corner, tucked beneath the eaves where shadows gathered like shy guests, sat an old sea chest bound with brass. Its leather was worn soft as velvet, and when Leo brushed his fingers across it, the dust came away to reveal intricate carvings of waves and stars. The latch opened with a gentle click that echoed in the quiet space. Inside, nestled among yellowed letters and a moth-eaten wool blanket, lay a compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Its face was mother-of-pearl that shimmered with rainbow colors when it caught the light, and its needle wasn't pointing north, but quivering gently as if trying to decide which direction mattered most. Carved around its edge were the words, "True north lies within the heart." As Leo lifted the compass from its velvet nest, the needle settled, pointing not toward the door or window, but directly at his own chest. A soft, bell-like chime filled the air, so faint he might have imagined it. Then the needle swung away, pointing toward the attic door with sudden certainty. Thus began Leo's journey, not across mountains or oceans, but through the landscape of courage that exists within every heart. His first helper appeared as he descended the creaking attic stairs. Mrs. Bramble, his grandmother's ancient tortoiseshell cat, stretched lazily from her nap on the hallway rug. Her purr rumbled like a tiny, contented thunderstorm as she blinked her golden eyes at the compass in Leo's hand. "That," she said in a voice like warm milk, "has been waiting for someone who listens better than they shout." Cats, as you may know, speak only to those who have stillness in their souls. "The needle points to the garden," Leo said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Then to the garden we shall go, Mrs. Bramble replied, rising with elegant slowness. But mind you, magical journeys require proper provisions. With that, she led him to the kitchen, where she nudged a tin of shortbread cookies toward him with her head. For courage, she explained. There's nothing like a buttery biscuit to fortify the spirit. The back garden was misty with gentle rain, each drop kissing the leaves with soft plinking sounds. The compass needle now pointed toward the old oak tree at the bottom of the garden, where a small, round door, nearly hidden in the roots, stood slightly ajar. From within came the warm, yeasty smell of baking bread and the cheerful humming of someone thoroughly content with their work. Leo knelt and knocked gently on the wooden door. It swung open to reveal a badger in a flour-dusted apron, spectacles perched on his nose. "Ah," he exclaimed, his voice a comfortable rumble. "The compass bearer I wondered when you might arrive. I'm Bernard, do come in, mind your head now." Bernard's home was a cozy burrow lined with books, its walls embedded with tree roots that formed natural shelves. A kettle whistled cheerfully on a tiny stove, and the air smelled of cinnamon and old paper. The badger bustled about, pouring tea into acorn cups and slicing a loaf of seed bread still warm from the oven. "The compass," Bernard explained between sips of chamomile tea, "doesn't point to places, but to possibilities. It guides you toward what your heart needs most to find." He adjusted his spectacles. "Right now it's pointing toward patience, which is fortunate because that's my specialty. But how do I follow a direction like patience?" Leo asked, the compass needle quivering as if agreeing with his question. Bernard's eyes twinkled. "By learning to listen to the spaces between things, to the silence between the raindrops, to the pause between heartbeats." He took a slow, deliberate bite of bread. "Magic, you see, thrives in those quiet moments most people hurry past." For what felt like both minutes and hours, Leo sat with Bernard, learning the rhythm of patience. They watched the steam curl from their teacups in delicate spirals. They listened to the distant church bells marking the quarter hours with their bronze voices. They observed how the shadows gradually lengthened as afternoon softened toward evening. And with each passing moment, Leo felt something inside him settling, like leaves floating to rest on a still pond. The compass needle shifted, pointing now toward the bookshelf, where a volume bound in deep blue leather seemed to glow with a soft internal light. "Ah," Bernard nodded. "That would be Elara. She's been waiting too." The book, when Leo lifted it from the shelf, felt warm in his hands. Its pages rustled like autumn leaves as they turned themselves, stopping at an illustration of an owl with enormous spectacles, perched in a library tree. As Leo watched, the owl in the picture blinked, adjusted her spectacles, and spoke in a voice like pages turning. "The next direction," she said, "is understanding, and for that you'll need stories." The world around Leo shimmered like heat haze on a summer road, and suddenly he stood in the most magnificent library imaginable. Books grew from trees like leaves, their pages rustling in a breeze that smelled of ink and imagination. The owl, whose name was Professor Featherquill, fluttered down to perch on a reading stand made of woven branches. "Understanding," she explained, "comes not from having all the answers, but from knowing which questions matter." She peered at him over her spectacles. "For instance, why do you suppose the compass brought you here?" Leo thought carefully. "Because I need to understand something about myself." "Precisely." Professor Featherquill clacked her beak approvingly. "But which something? That's the question worth asking." She gestured with a wing toward the stories floating around them like cherry blossoms. "Every story here contains a piece of understanding. The trick is finding the ones that speak to you." So Leo wandered through the library of understanding, where books whispered their titles as he passed. He paused when one called "The Song of Quiet Courage" hummed softly to him. As he opened it, the story wrapped around him like moonlight, a tale of a mouse who saved her community not through strength, but through remembering where the emergency supplies were stored when winter came early. Another book, The Map of Kindness, showed him how small gestures, a shared umbrella, a comforting word, a freshly baked muffin, could change the course of someone's day and sometimes their life. With each story, Leo felt understanding blooming within him like a flower unfolding to the sun. He began to see patterns, how courage often wore quiet clothing, how kindness was its own kind of magic, how the most important journeys were the ones we take within ourselves. The compass needle shifted again, this time pointing toward a softly glowing path that wound between the library trees. Mrs. Bramble appeared, rubbing against his legs with her comforting purr. Bernard stood nearby, wrapping a loaf of bread in a checkered cloth. Professor Featherquill adjusted her spectacles one final time. "The final direction," the owl said softly, "is the one you must walk alone, though you carry all of us with you." The path led to a bridge made of moonlight and mist, spanning a dark chasm where whispers swirled like fog. On the other side stood a figure shrouded in shadow, holding something that glimmered with soft light. Leo's heart beat a rhythm of uncertainty. The chasm seemed vast, the bridge insubstantial. But then he remembered Bernard's patience, the stories of quiet courage from Professor Featherquill's library, Mrs. Bramble's steadfast presence. He took a shortbread cookie from his pocket, nibbled it for courage, and stepped onto the bridge. It was firmer than it looked, each step ringing with a soft chime like distant bells. Halfway across, the shadowy figure spoke in a voice like wind through pines. "What you seek," it said, "is what you already possess, but first you must name it." Leo looked at the compass in his hand. Its needle was spinning slowly, no longer pointing anywhere specific. He thought about his journey, not through physical space, but through qualities of heart. Patience, understanding, and now facing the unknown. "I'm seeking courage," Leo said softly. The shadowy figure shook its head. "Courage is what brought you here. What you seek is something else." Leo closed his eyes, listening to the spaces between his heartbeats as Bernard had taught him. He thought of the stories from the library, of Mrs. Bramble's quiet companionship, of his grandmother's words about magic hiding in ordinary places. And then he knew. "I'm seeking myself," he said. "The person I'm becoming." The shadowy figure dissolved into shimmering light, revealing Leo's own reflection holding a glowing key. The bridge solidified into rainbow colors, and the chasm below blossomed with stars like a night sky turned inside out. When Leo took the key from his reflection's hand, the compass emitted one soft, clear chime and its needle settled permanently, pointing toward the word heart carved at its center. The journey back was both instantaneous and eternal. One moment Leo stood on the starry bridge, the next he was back in the attic with Mrs. Bramble purring at his feet. The compass felt different in his hand, warmer somehow and more alive. He understood now that its magic wasn't in pointing toward external treasures, but in guiding him to discover the magic within himself. Downstairs, his grandmother was lighting the lamps as evening deepened into night. "There you are, my dear," she said, her smile holding all the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth. "You have the look of someone who's been on an adventure." Leo told her everything, the compass, the helpers, the library of understanding, the bridge of self-discovery. She listened with the quiet attention that made children and cats feel understood, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with her nodding. When he finished, she set aside her knitting and took his hands in hers. "You see," she said, her eyes twinkling, "the most wonderful magic does hide in the most ordinary places. Even," she tapped his chest gently, "in ordinary people." That night, as Leo drifted to sleep to the sound of wind whispering through the pines and Mrs. Bramble's rumbling purr from the foot of his bed, he understood that his journey hadn't been about finding a magical item. but about discovering that the real magic was how ordinary moments could become extraordinary when approached with an open heart. The compass now sat on his bedside table, its mother-of-pearl face glowing softly in the moonlight. Its needle pointed steadily toward his heart, reminding him that the most important directions aren't found on any map, but in the quiet spaces within, where patience, understanding, and courage bloom like flowers in secret gardens. And somewhere in his dreams, an owl turned a page, a badger pulled a fresh loaf from the oven, and a tortoiseshell cat purred contentedly, all keeping gentle watch over the boy who had learned that the greatest adventures measure not in miles traveled, but in heartbeats changed. Story 3. Story 4. Story 5. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood. Here the moonlight did not simply fall. It pooled in silver puddles, dripped from pine needles like liquid mercury, and wove itself through the branches in shimmering threads. The air itself tasted of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and something else, something old and wise, the very breath of magic. It was a place where the boundary between the waking world and the world of dreams grew thin and permeable as moth wing. On this particular night, under a sky freckled with 1,000,000 diamond-bright stars, a young fox named Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing, his heart feeling as heavy and cold as a river stone. His vibrant red fur, usually a splash of autumn fire, seemed muted in the moonglow. For the first time in his life, Rowan had forgotten how to dream. His sleep had become a blank, gray expanse, empty of the soaring adventures and whispered secrets that usually filled his nights. The magic of the forest, which had always hummed just beneath his paws, had fallen silent. A soft rustle, like silk brushing against velvet, came from the canopy above. A great horned owl, his feathers the color of weathered bark and scattered starlight, settled on a low-hanging branch. His name was Olthros, and he was as ancient as the oldest oak. His eyes were not merely eyes. They were twin pools of molten amber, holding the light of countless moons within their depths. "The stream murmurs of a burdened heart, little one," Olthros said, his voice a low, resonant hoot that vibrated not in the air, but in the soul. It was the sound of a distant bell, of wind-sculpted stone. Rowan started, then sighed, his breath a small cloud in the cool night. "I cannot find my dreams, Olthros. The path to them is overgrown and lost." The owl blinked slowly. "The path is never lost. It is only waiting for you to remember the language of the journey. Come, the forest has wisdom to share if you have the quietness to listen." With a graceful, silent unfurling of his wings, Olthros led Rowan away from the clearing and into the deeper, darker embrace of the woods. They moved through corridors of towering sequoias, their trunks so vast that whole histories were written in their bark. As they walked, Olthros began to teach Rowan to listen. "Do not merely hear the wind," the owl whispered. "Listen to its story." Rowan stilled his breathing and focused. The wind, slipping through the needles of the pines, wasn't just a sigh. It was a soft, sibilant whisper, rest, release, renew. It was a lullaby the forest sang to itself. They came to a stream that carved a ribbon of liquid obsidian through the moss. Its water chuckled and gurgled over smooth, time-worn stones. "Listen to the water," Olthros urged. Rowan crouched, dipping a paw into the shocking cold. The babbling brook wasn't just noise. It was a conversation. A plop as a drop fell from a fern, let go a gurgle as it swirled around a rock, flow around your obstacles, a gentle rush over a pebble bed. Keep moving, always moving forward. It was the language of perseverance and release. Then Olthros guided him to a great, moss-covered stone, its surface dappled with patches of glowing green foxfire, a bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle, internal light. "Now listen to the stone. It speaks the slowest language of all." Rowan pressed his ear against the cool, damp stone. At first there was only silence, vast and deep. But as he waited, his own frantic heartbeat slowing to match the stone's ancient rhythm, he felt it. A low, deep hum, a vibration of immense age and patience. It did not speak in words, but in a feeling. I endure, I hold, I am. The forest knows the secrets of the seasons, Rowan, Ulthros said, his form half hidden in the dappled shadows. It does not fight the winter's sleep, nor does it rush the spring's awakening. It trusts the cycle. Your dreamlessness is not a void, it is your winter. A time of necessary rest, of turning inward. You must learn to befriend the quiet. As if summoned by his words, a gentle rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a blessing, a soft patter that tapped 1,000 tiny drums on the broad leaves of the undergrowth. Plink, 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 plonk. The sound was a natural melody, washing away the dust of the day, feeding the roots hidden deep in the dark soil. Rowan closed his eyes, letting the rhythm of the rainfall soothe the frayed edges of his spirit. Encouraged, Ulthros led him deeper, to a part of the forest Rowan had never dared to explore. Here the magic was thicker. Giant shelf-like fungi clung to the trees, their undersides glowing with a soft, blue-white light, illuminating the path like fairy lanterns. Will-o'-the-wisps, tiny orbs of captured starlight, bobbed and weaved between the ferns, dancing a silent, hypnotic ballet. The very air shimmered with their ethereal glow. In the center of this enchanted grove stood the oldest being in the forest, the heartwood tree. It was not merely a tree, it was a living cathedral. Its roots were like great, gnarled fingers clutching the earth, and its branches reached for the heavens, cradling the moon in their embrace. Its leaves, even in the darkness, seemed to hold a light of their own. The heartwood holds the memories of all dreams, Ulthros explained, perching on a nearby root. But you cannot ask for them, you must show you are ready to receive them again. How? Rowan asked, his voice small amidst the grandeur. By sharing your stillness with the forest, by listening not just with your ears but with your whole being. Taking a deep breath, Rowan sat at the base of the colossal tree. He remembered the lessons of the wind, the water, and the stone. He let the whisper of the pines fill his mind, rest, release, renew. He matched his breathing to the gentle rhythm of the distant stream. Let go, flow, keep moving. He felt the deep, patient hum of the earth beneath him. I endure, I hold, I am. He listened to the symphony of the night. The cheer-up of crickets provided a soft, rhythmic cadence. The occasional hoot of another owl, far away, was a call and response with Ulthros. The rustle of a hedgehog shuffling through the leaf litter was a soft, shuffling whisper. The gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the heartwood above, and they chimed together like 1,000 tiny silver bells, a sound so pure and clear it seemed to wash his soul clean. He wasn't trying to find his dreams anymore. He was simply being. He was a part of the forest's nightly song, a single note in its ancient, endless melody. And as he sat there, immersed in the peaceful, sensory tapestry of the night, a small, miraculous thing began to happen. A tiny sprout, no bigger than his claw, pushed up through the moss between his paws. It was a delicate, fragile thing, but it glowed with a soft, golden light. As he watched, mesmerized, a single leaf unfurled from its tip. And on that leaf a scene began to form, painted in light and shadow. It was a dream. His dream. It showed him running through a field of moon-kissed clover, chasing fireflies that winked like fallen stars. It was simple. It was joyful. It was his. Tears, warm and silent, welled in Rowan's eyes. He hadn't lost his dreams. They had only been sleeping, waiting for the winter in his heart to pass, waiting for him to be still enough, quiet enough, to allow them to sprout again. More glowing sprouts pushed through the moss around him, each one bearing a leaf that shimmered with a fragment of a dream, a flight over misty valleys, a conversation with a talking river, a feast of dewberries under the watchful eyes of the stars. His dreamscape was blooming all around him, more vibrant and beautiful than ever before. Ulthros, who had been watching from his root, gave a soft, approving hoot. You see, the forest gives back what you offer it. You offered it your hurry, and it gave you silence. You offered it your stillness, and it has returned your dreams. Rowan looked up at the wise old owl, his heart so full of gratitude it felt like it might bloom itself. Thank you, he whispered, the words barely audible. Do not thank me, Ulthros replied, his amber eyes glowing. Thank the wind that taught you to release, thank the water that taught you to flow, thank the stone that taught you to endure, and thank the quiet, for it is the fertile soil from which all magic grows. The rain had ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. Every leaf and blade of grass dripped with liquid moonlight. The bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter, and the will-o'-the-wisps danced with renewed joy. The forest felt renewed, reborn, just as Rowan did. As the first hint of lavender and rose began to blush the eastern horizon, signaling the approach of dawn, Rowan made his way back to his den, his steps light and sure. The weight was gone. The hum of the forest's magic was once again a sweet, familiar music beneath his paws. He curled up on his bed of soft dried ferns, the gentle, dripping melody of the post-rain forest and the distant, comforting hoot of Ulthros singing him to sleep. This time, when he closed his eyes, his mind was not a blank, gray expanse. It was a vast, starlit clearing where glowing dream sprouts reached for the sky, where the wind carried whispers of adventure, and where the magic of lumenwood bloomed eternal. He had learned the greatest secret the ancient forest had to teach, that within the deepest quiet lies the most profound renewal, and that dreams, like the forest itself, are forever cycling through seasons of rest and glorious, luminous awakening. And in that knowing, he drifted into the most peaceful, dream-filled sleep he had ever known. Story 6. In the heart of the world, where the mountains slumbered like ancient giants and the stars dipped low enough to kiss the treetops, there lay the whispering woods. This was no ordinary forest. By day it appeared as a sea of emerald and bronze, but when the sun slipped below the horizon and the first silver star pricked the velvet sky, the true magic began to stir. The very air would shimmer, and the woods would awaken into a realm of soft, luminous light and hushed, ancient voices. It was on such an evening, when the moon hung like a polished pearl in the sky, that a small, troubled hedgehog named Pip found himself at the edge of the great woods. Pip was a creature of routine, his days spent in a cozy burrow lined with dried ferns, his nights dedicated to the serious business of sniffing out beetles and worms. But lately a strange restlessness had taken root in his heart. The days were growing shorter, the air carried a crisp, unfamiliar chill, and a deep, gnawing worry had settled in his chest. He felt a pull, a silent summons from the depths of the forest he had always admired from afar. Taking a trembling breath, his tiny claws clicking on the smooth, moss-covered stones of the entrance path, Pip stepped into the whispering woods. Immediately the world transformed. The familiar sounds of the meadow were replaced by a symphony of gentle, natural whispers. The wind, soft as a sigh, moved through the pine needles, creating a sound like distant, ethereal chimes. A nearby stream didn't just babble, it murmured secrets in a language of gurgles and plinks, each droplet a sparkling note in a watery melody. The stones he passed, worn smooth by countless seasons, seemed to hum with a deep, grounding energy, a bass note to the forest's lullaby. And then there was the light. It was not the harsh light of day, but a gentle, living radiance. Fungi clustered at the bases of the great trees, glowing with a soft, blue-green luminescence, painting the forest floor in shifting patterns. Will-o'-the-wisps' tiny orbs of captured starlight danced in the clearings, their light pulsing in a slow, calming rhythm. Overhead, the canopy was so thick that the moonlight filtered through in scattered, silver beams, illuminating patches of velvet moss and shy, night-blooming flowers that released a fragrance sweeter than any daytime blossom. Pip wandered, his fear slowly melting away in the face of such beauty. He listened to the conversations around him. A family of field mice, their fur dusted with pollen, were chittering softly about the best roots to store for the coming cold. A badger, her stripes glowing in the bioluminescent light, nodded solemnly as she passed, her heavy paws making no sound on the soft earth. They all seemed to know something, to be part of a great, quiet secret that Pip could not yet grasp. His journey led him to a starlit clearing, a perfect circle where the grass was silvered and soft. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Pip had ever seen. It was an ancient oak, its trunk so wide that 20 hedgehogs could not have encircled it. Its bark was a tapestry of deep grooves and crevices, and from its mighty branches hung leaves that shimmered with their own internal, golden light. This was the elder tree, the heart of the whispering woods. As Pip approached, a deep, resonant voice, not heard with ears but felt in the soul, spoke to him. It was the sound of roots delving deep into the earth, of sap rising with the moon, of countless seasons passing in peaceful succession. Little one, the tree's voice rustled through its luminous leaves. Your heart is heavy with a question you have not yet formed into words. You feel the turning. Pip looked up, his eyes wide. I feel a change, he whispered, his own voice small against the vast, gentle presence of the tree. The air is colder, the world is preparing for sleep, and it frightens me. What happens when everything rests? What becomes of us? A soft breeze stirred, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a comforting, rich smell. Come, the elder tree murmured. Sit with me, listen not with worry, but with wonder. The forest has wisdom to share, if you are quiet enough to hear it. Pip curled up at the base of the great tree, his spiky back against the warm, humming bark. He closed his eyes and did as the tree suggested. He listened. First, he heard the stream at the edge of the clearing. Its watery voice was cheerful and wise. I flow, little friend, it seemed to say with every gurgle over smooth, round stones. I am never the same water twice. In the bright season I am full and fast, laughing under the sun. When the cold comes, my surface stills and hardens, but beneath the ice I am still moving, still dreaming of the spring. Rest is not an ending, it is a different kind of journey. Pip felt a small piece of his worry dissolve, carried away by the stream's gentle philosophy. Then a fox with fur the color of autumn twilight padded silently into the clearing. Her eyes held the patience of 1,000 moonlit hunts. She did not speak with words, but with a soft, chuffing sound and a gentle nudge of her nose against Pip's side. In her amber gaze, he saw the reflection of the stars and understood her message. She showed him without a single lecture how she conserved her energy in the lean times, how she trusted the forest to provide, and how the quiet season was a time for deep, restorative sleep and vivid, important dreams. Next, a great horned owl alighted on a low-hanging branch of the elder tree. Her feathers were patterns of shadow and moonlight. She swiveled her head, her eyes vast, dark pools of ancient knowledge. Hoo-hoo, she called, her voice a velvet vibration in the night air. The wheel turns, the vibrant energy of summer must be gathered inward, the brilliant display of autumn must fall away. This is the way of all things. The deepest magic is not in constant bloom, but in the quiet gathering of strength for the bloom to come. As the owl spoke, a gentle rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a whisper of droplets, each one tapping a soft rhythm on the broad leaves above, pattering a lullaby on the moss, and plinking musically into the stream. The sound was a natural ASMR, soothing Pip's jangled nerves, washing the last of his anxiety away. The bioluminescent fungi seemed to brighten in the rain, their glow reflecting in the countless tiny puddles that formed, until the entire clearing was a constellation of light upon the earth. The elder tree rustled its leaves again, a sound like pages turning in a sacred book. You see, little hedgehog, the tree's voice resonated within Pip, The fear you feel is simply a resistance to the natural rhythm. You are a part of this forest, and the forest understands the necessity of the quiet time. The leaves must fall so the tree can survive the cold. The bear must slumber so the land can replenish. The stream must slow so the stones can rest. This is not a time of loss, but a profound transformation. It is a sacred pause in the great melody of life. Pip looked around the clearing, now gleaming and fresh from the gentle rain. He saw the beauty in the cycle. The vibrant life of summer was glorious, but this quiet, luminous world of rest held its own deep, profound magic. He understood now that his own restlessness was his spirit's way of preparing for this great turning, urging him to find a safe, warm burrow and trust in the promise of renewal. "Thank you," Pip said softly, his heart full to bursting with a new, peaceful understanding. The elder tree did not reply with words, but a single luminous leaf, brighter than all the others, detached from a high branch and drifted down, spinning and twirling in the soft air, until it landed gently upon Pip's head. It was warm to the touch and filled him with a deep, unwavering sense of comfort and belonging. With a heart now light and a purpose clear, Pip turned and began his journey home. The path seemed familiar now, the whispers of the trees and stones friendly guides. The babbling brook sang him a farewell song of peaceful dreams, and the will-o'-the-wisps bobbed along beside him, lighting his way. He returned to his own burrow at the edge of the meadow, but he was not the same hedgehog who had left. He spent the next few days with a quiet joy, gathering the last of the autumn seeds and lining his home with the softest moss and dried ferns, not out of fear, but with the loving care of one preparing for a sacred journey. When the first true snow began to fall, blanketing the world in a hushed, white silence, Pip curled up in the very center of his burrow. The luminous leaf from the elder tree rested beside him, casting a soft, golden glow in the darkness. Outside, the wind sang its lullaby through the pines, and the world settled into its deep, necessary sleep. And as Pip drifted into his own long winter's nap, he was not afraid. He was filled with the gentle wisdom of the nocturnal creatures, the secret language of the resting stream, and the profound, cyclical magic of the whispering woods. He knew with every fiber of his being that this rest was not an end, but a silent, starlit promise. A promise that beneath the frozen earth and within the sleeping heart of the forest, life was dreaming, gathering its strength, and waiting patiently for the warm, gentle kiss of the spring sun to begin the beautiful cycle all over again. And in that knowledge he found the deepest peace of all. Story 7. In the quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a murmuring river, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose hands trembled when they tried to speak in crowds and whose heart beat like a captured bird whenever change drew near. Rowan lived in a small cottage with windows that overlooked a garden that had long fallen into neglect, a tangle of thorns and faded memories where color had surrendered to gray. Each morning, Rowan would wake with the dawn and watch the mist curl over the mountains, feeling a peculiar kinship with the sleeping earth. For Rowan, too, felt dormant, as though some essential part of them lay buried deep beneath layers of hesitation and quiet fear. One cool autumn morning, as Rowan sat tracing patterns on the frost-kissed window pane, an old woman appeared at the garden gate. Her hair was silver as moonlight, and her eyes held the soft, knowing gleam of someone who had watched many seasons turn. She carried a woven basket filled with packets of seeds, each labeled with words like courage, curiosity, and compassion. "Good morning," she said, her voice like the rustle of fallen leaves. "I am Hazel. I've come to tend the garden if you'll have me." Rowan, though startled by the sudden presence, felt an immediate sense of calm in Hazel's company. They nodded, and from that day forward, Hazel visited each morning, teaching Rowan the gentle art of gardening. "The soil must be ready to receive," Hazel explained, kneeling beside a patch of earth, "just as our hearts must be open to change." As they worked side by side, Hazel shared stories, tales of seeds that slept through long winters, of caterpillars that wove themselves into silken cradles, of rivers that carved canyons with patient persistence. Rowan listened, their breathing falling into rhythm with Hazel's words. The first small victory came quietly. Hazel handed Rowan a packet marked Whispering Snapdragon. "These respond to kindness," she said. "Speak to them as you would a shy friend." So each day Rowan visited the snapdragons, whispering small truths. "I am learning," or "Today the sunlight feels warm." And one morning delicate blossoms unfurled, their petals shifting from pale lavender to soft gold with each encouraging word. Rowan began to notice subtle shifts within themselves as well. When speaking to the flowers, their hands no longer trembled. A newfound steadiness had taken root. Weeks passed, and Hazel introduced another seed, moonlace vine, which, she explained, would only bloom when its caretaker acknowledged their own growth. Rowan hung the vine near their window, and each evening they reflected on the day's small accomplishments. A conversation held without faltering, a moment of stillness where anxiety once reigned. As Rowan acknowledged these tiny triumphs, the vine sprouted luminous buds that glowed like captured starlight. But the true test came with the first frost. Rowan woke one morning to find the garden rimed in silver, the tender plants stiff and still. Fear gripped their heart. Had all their progress been undone? Hazel arrived, her breath clouding in the crisp air. She laid a gentle hand on Rowan's shoulder. "Some transformations require a period of rest," she said softly. "Just as the seed needs the cold to break its shell, so too do we sometimes need stillness to continue growing." Together they spread a blanket of straw over the sleeping plants. And in that quiet act of protection, Rowan felt a shift within, a recognition that not all growth is visible, that some of the most important changes happen beneath the surface, in the silent, sacred space between what was and what will be. As winter deepened, Hazel brought Rowan a small, silken pouch. Inside lay a single, luminous seed that pulsed with a soft, inner light. "This is the heart seed," Hazel explained. "It will only sprout when you are ready to embrace the person you are becoming." Rowan placed the seed in a special pot by the hearth, watering it not with water, but with whispered hopes and gentle acceptance. They watched it daily, though nothing seemed to happen. There were moments of doubt, of impatience, but then Rowan would remember the moonlace vine, the whispering snapdragons, and the quiet lessons of the dormant garden. They learned to sit with uncertainty, to breathe through the longing for visible progress. One evening, as the fire crackled and snow fell softly outside, Rowan sat before the pot, feeling particularly tender and vulnerable. Tears welled in their eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming beauty of being exactly where they were, in the middle of becoming. As a single tear fell upon the soil, something miraculous occurred. The earth shimmered, and from it emerged a slender green shoot that grew steadily upward, weaving itself into an intricate, crystalline cocoon that glimmered with all the colors of sunrise and twilight. Hazel appeared in the doorway, her smile radiant. "You've done it, dear one. You've nurtured your own transformation." For 7 days and 7 nights, the cocoon pulsed with soft light, while Rowan tended it with unwavering patience. They sang to it, told it stories, and sometimes simply sat in quiet companionship. They no longer feared the changes within themselves. Instead, they watched with wonder as their own heart seemed to bloom in sync with the mysterious process unfolding before them. On the 8th morning, as the first rays of sun streamed through the window, the cocoon began to tremble gently. Instead of breaking open, it dissolved into a shower of shimmering dust that settled throughout the cottage. Where each particle landed, small flowers bloomed, flowers that changed color with Rowan's emotions, that leaned toward them when they laughed, that glowed softly when they felt peaceful. Rowan looked down at their own hands and saw that they too were glowing with a soft, internal light. The trembling had been replaced by a steady warmth. The anxious flutter in their chest had transformed into a strong, rhythmic beat, that seemed to harmonize with the world around them. Hazel approached, her eyes misty with pride. The garden outside was never really sleeping, she said. It was waiting for you to remember that you carry the seeds of transformation within you. Together they walked outside. The winter snow had melted, revealing a landscape transformed. Flowers of every hue swayed in the breeze, their colors shifting in beautiful, unpredictable patterns. Vines heavy with luminous blossoms climbed the cottage walls. The air hummed with the gentle magic of growth. Rowan understood now that the true metamorphosis wasn't about becoming someone different, but about unfolding into who they had always been. Like a seed remembering it was destined to be a flower, or a caterpillar understanding its wings were waiting inside all along. As the sun rose higher, Hazel turned to Rowan. "My work here is complete," she said softly, "but yours is just beginning." She handed Rowan a new basket filled with seed packets of their own making. Then, with a final smile that held all the warmth of 1,000 sunrises, Hazel walked down the garden path and seemed to blend into the morning light, leaving behind only the scent of blooming jasmine and a profound sense of peace. Rowan stood in the radiant garden, breathing in the sweet air. They knew this wasn't an ending, but a gentle beginning, the first page of a new story. They reached into the basket, selected a packet labeled New Beginnings, and scattered the seeds with a steady, confident hand. And as the seeds settled into the rich earth, Rowan smiled, knowing that the most beautiful transformations are those that never truly end, but simply unfold into ever more wondrous forms, like a series of doors opening one after another into a hallway filled with light. Story 8. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy, there existed a forest so ancient that its roots remembered the first sunrise. Here the night was not an empty darkness, but a living, breathing tapestry woven with threads of magic and mystery. The air hummed with a soft, vibrational song, the collective whisper of trees sharing dreams, streams murmuring secrets to smooth stones, and the wind tracing invisible patterns of stories on the bark of slumbering giants. It was in this realm of nocturnal wonders that a small, earnest hedgehog named Pip found himself wide awake. While his family slept soundly in their cozy burrow lined with dried ferns, a restlessness prickled along his spine. Autumn was deepening, and a strange, silent chill had begun to settle over the woods, one that even the thickest blanket of fallen leaves could not keep out. The cheerful chatter of the brook had grown subdued, and the fireflies, those tiny living lanterns, had vanished days ago. A quiet worry had taken root in Pip's heart. Driven by this unease, he ventured out into the starlit clearing near his home. The moss beneath his feet was cool and velvety, each step a silent press into emerald softness. Overhead, the constellations spun their slow, eternal dance, their light filtering down to dapple the forest floor in shifting patterns of silver and shadow. It was here that Pip often met with his friend, a bat named Luna whose wings were as delicate as gossamer and whose ears could hear the sigh of a petal closing for the night. "The forest holds its breath," Luna observed, her voice a soft flutter as she hung upside down from a low-hanging branch of a grandmother willow. "The stream's song is changing key. It speaks of a long sleep coming." "But it feels different this time," Pip fretted, his nose twitching. "It feels heavy, as if the forest has forgotten how to dream." Just then a single luminous feather drifted down, spinning lazily in the moonlight before landing between them. It glowed with a soft internal radiance, the color of pearl and twilight. They both looked up. High in the gnarled branches of the oldest oak in the woods, a figure stirred. It was Orion, the great horned owl, whose eyes held the depth of 1,000 starry nights, and whose feathers were edged with the faint, constant glow of captured starlight. He was the elder of the Whispering Woods, a keeper of rhythms and a reader of silent signs. He did not speak, but rather a feeling of calm inquiry settled over the clearing, a question posed not with sound, but with presence. Pip, gathering his courage, sent his own worried thought upwards, a wordless plea woven from his fear for the sleeping forest. A deep, resonant feeling echoed back, not in words, but in images and sensations. Pip saw in his mind's eye a forgotten place, a hidden grove where the heart of the forest's seasonal magic beat. He felt the memory of vibrant spring sap, the exuberant growth of summer, the abundant release of autumn. And then he felt a hollow emptiness. The cycle was stalling. The magic of renewal was fading, caught in a slumber too deep to wake from. Orion's silent message was clear. The grove needed to be reminded. It needed a spark of innocent intention, a gentle nudge from a kind heart to turn the great wheel once more. He wants us to find the Heartwood Grove, Luna translated, her echolocation painting a picture of the path in her mind. It is a journey through the sleeping parts of the forest. We must listen closely to its language. And so their quest began. Their first guide was the stream, which now flowed not with a babble, but with a slow, sonorous trickle. Pip crouched at its edge, his small shadow falling across the water. He didn't hear words, but he learned to read the water's message in the way it curled around a stone, in the gentle persistence of its flow against a fallen branch. It spoke of patience, of the power of slow, steady movement. It taught him that even in stillness there is a direction, a purpose flowing deep underground. Further on they came to the circle of standing stones, ancient sentinels draped in cloaks of plush, emerald moss. Pip pressed his ear against the cool, damp surface of the largest stone. At first there was only silence. But as he stood there, his own frantic heartbeat slowing to match the stone's immense calm, he felt a vibration, a deep, grounding hum that spoke of eons and endurance. It was a language of memory and stability. The stones whispered of standing firm, of holding space through countless seasons, of the quiet strength found in simply being. The most profound teachers were the trees. As Pip and Luna moved through a dense part of the woods where the moonlight struggled to penetrate, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The trees here were slumbering deeply, their dreams tangled and slow. Pip remembered Orion's lesson about listening. He reached out a small, clawed paw and gently touched the rough bark of a sleeping birch. He did not hear words, but a feeling washed over him, a profound sense of release. The tree was dreaming of letting go, of its golden leaves dancing on the wind, making space for the new growth that would come after the rest. It was a lesson in surrender, in trusting the cycle enough to release what was no longer needed. A single, perfect yellow leaf detached and spiraled down, coming to rest upon Pip's head like a crown. He understood. To renew, one must first rest. To grow, one must first let go. Their path was lit by the forest's gentle wonders. Patches of bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with an ethereal blue-green light, casting everything in a submarine haze. When the canopy parted, they walked through starlit clearings where the air itself seemed to shimmer, charged with silent, celestial music. Luna would fly ahead, her sonar clicks returning as a soft, rhythmic pitter-patter in their minds, a comforting sound that mapped the way forward through the velvet darkness. After what felt like both a moment and an eternity, they arrived. The Heartwood Grove was a perfect circle, walled by ancient, interwoven trees whose bark shimmered with a soft, silvery light. In the center stood a single, majestic tree, unlike any other. Its trunk was pale and smooth, like moonlight given solid form, and from its bare branches hung dormant buds that pulsed with a faint, sleeping luminescence. This was the solstice tree, the anchor of the forest's magic. But the grove was silent. The usual soft thrum of energy was absent. The buds on the solstice tree were closed tight, their light dim. "What do we do?" Pip whispered, his voice swallowed by the profound quiet. It was then that Orion arrived, his flight utterly silent. He landed on a root as thick as a riverbank, his starry eyes resting on Pip. He did not offer a solution. He simply waited, a living embodiment of ancient wisdom, trusting that the journey itself had provided the answer. Pip thought of the stream's patient flow, the stone's enduring strength, the birch tree's trusting release. He understood. The grove didn't need a command or a grand spell. It needed a reminder of the beauty of its own cycle. It needed a lullaby. He began to hum, a soft, hesitant sound at first. It was the sound of the wind rustling through pine needles, the patter of gentle rain on broad leaves, the gurgle of a happy brook over smooth stones. Luna, catching his intention, joined in, her wings beating a soft, rhythmic counterpoint that sounded like distant rainfall. They wove a song from the forest's own ASMR, the crinkle of dry leaves underfoot, the whisper of moss, the gentle creak of branches in a breeze. Pip shuffled in a circle around the solstice tree, his small feet tracing the patterns of the seasons in the soft earth. He was not performing a ritual. He was simply being with the forest, sharing its quiet moments, honoring its rest. As their gentle symphony filled the grove, a change began. First, one of the dormant buds on the solstice tree trembled. Then, with a soft, sighing sound, it unfurled. It did not bloom into a flower, but into a tiny, perfect star of pure white light. Then another bud opened, and another, until the entire tree was crowned with a constellation of soft, glowing stars. Their light spilled out, washing over the grove, seeping into the earth, traveling along the root systems that connected every tree in the whispering woods. The deep, resonant hum returned to the grove, a vibration of pure, revitalized magic. Pip felt it rise through the soles of his feet, a warm, tingling energy that spoke of deep sleep and promised renewal. The forest had remembered how to dream. The journey back was different. The stream now chuckled with a newfound energy, its waters carrying the revived magic to every corner of the woods. The stones hummed their deep, contented song a little louder. The trees, still slumbering, now dreamed peaceful dreams of spring sun and soft rains. The heavy, fearful chill was gone, replaced by the crisp, clean cold of a healthy autumn night, the kind that promises a cozy rest before a vibrant awakening. When Pip returned to his burrow, the first delicate snowflakes of the season were beginning to fall, each one a tiny, frozen kiss from the slumbering sky. He curled up beside his family, the leaf crown still upon his head. His restlessness was gone, replaced by a profound peace. He had learned the forest's most sacred language, not of words, but of presence, patience, and trust in the turning of the great wheel. Outside, the whispering woods settled into its winter slumber, wrapped in a blanket of starlight and snow, its heart beating strong and steady once more, dreaming bright dreams of the renewal to come. And high in his oak, Orion closed his starlit eyes, a silent, feathery smile gracing his beak. The balance was restored, not by force, but by the gentle, persistent friendship of a small hedgehog who had learned to listen to the world's quietest, most magical whispers. Story 9. Story 9. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there lived a young soul named Rowan who carried change within them like a secret. Each morning, Rowan would wake to find small transformations. A strand of hair turned the color of morning mist, fingertips that shimmered like dew, eyes that sometimes reflected the colors of things yet to bloom. These changes frightened Rowan, for the village prized sameness and steady rhythms, and so they learned to hide their shifting self beneath heavy woolen cloaks and downcast glances. One evening, as the last light bled from the sky and Rowan sat alone by the window watching moths dance in the twilight, an old woman appeared at the garden gate. She moved with the grace of willow branches in a soft wind, her hair a cloud of silver, her eyes holding the deep knowing of ancient forests. She introduced herself as Hazel, a traveler between worlds, and asked if she might rest a while in Rowan's garden. "I see you carry something beautiful within," Hazel said gently, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Would you like to learn its language?" Rowan's heart beat like a captured bird, but something in Hazel's presence felt like coming home. They nodded, and so began their quiet lessons in the moonlit garden. Hazel never demanded or directed, but instead asked questions that unfolded like petals. "What color is your courage today?" she might whisper, and Rowan would notice how the forget-me-nots near their feet suddenly shimmered with cobalt light. "Where does your happiness live?" she'd inquire, and Rowan would feel warmth spread through their chest as night-blooming jasmine unfurled its star-white flowers hours early. The first small victory came on an evening when Rowan felt particularly out of place. The village children had laughed when a sudden breeze caught Rowan's cloak, revealing hair that shifted from oak brown to silver green. Hurrying home, tears threatening to fall, Rowan noticed the garden had grown dull and wilted. Sitting on the mossy stone bench, Hazel simply said, "The garden mirrors what you feel. What would happen if you welcomed what you are?" Taking a trembling breath, Rowan closed their eyes and whispered, "I am changing, and that is all right." When they opened their eyes, the lavender bushes had erupted in blossoms of such vibrant purple they seemed to glow from within, and the air filled with their calming scent. That small acceptance felt like unlocking a door they hadn't known was closed. As weeks turned to months, Rowan's garden became a living map of their inner world. When frustration built, thistles would appear, but Hazel taught Rowan to sit with these feelings until the thistles softened into feathery seeds that carried wishes on the wind. When loneliness visited, the cherry tree would shed pink petals that settled around Rowan's shoulders like a comforting shawl. The garden responded not to grand gestures, but to tiny moments of honesty, a deep breath a tear acknowledged, a small truth spoken aloud. One afternoon, Hazel led Rowan to a corner of the garden, where a silk cotton tree grew. "Watch," she said, pointing to a chrysalis hanging from a low branch. For hours they sat together in comfortable silence, watching the translucent casing quiver with invisible movement. Just as the sun began to set, the chrysalis split open, and a Luna moth emerged, its wings the color of moonlight and new beginnings. "Change is not something that happens to you," Hazel murmured, "but something that unfolds from within. The cocoon doesn't force the transformation, it simply creates the safe space for what is already there to emerge." That night Rowan dreamed of seeds sleeping in dark earth, of caterpillars dissolving into potential, of rivers carving canyons through patient persistence. They woke with dawn's first light, understanding that their own transformation wasn't something to fear, but something to nurture. The final piece fell into place during the harvest festival, when the entire village gathered in the square. The mayor called for everyone to bring forward their offerings, identical baskets of perfect apples, symmetrical loaves of bread, matching jars of honey. Rowan stood trembling at the edge of the crowd, clutching a small basket containing flowers that changed color with the light, herbs that healed with their scent alone, and fruits that tasted like remembered joy. Just as Rowan thought to slip away unseen, Hazel appeared, her hand resting gently on their shoulder. "Your gift is exactly what the world needs," she whispered. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped forward and placed their basket on the communal table. A hush fell over the crowd as people noticed the shifting colors, their unusual shapes, the undeniable magic. Then something remarkable happened. A child reached for one of the fruits, took a bite, and laughed with pure delight. Others followed, and soon the entire square was filled with people sharing stories, remembering forgotten dreams, and seeing each other with new eyes. When Rowan turned to thank Hazel, the old woman was gone. In her place stood the silk cotton tree, now covered in luminous chrysalises, with one note hanging from a branch. The student has become the teacher. The garden has become the seed. That night Rowan sat in their transformed garden, no longer hiding beneath cloaks or downcast glances. Their hair flowed like liquid moonlight, their skin shimmered with the patterns of fern and frost, their eyes held entire constellations. Villagers began to visit, first in curious trickles, then in steady streams, each carrying their own hidden transformations. A baker whose bread now healed sorrow, a carpenter whose creations sang in the wind, a weaver whose tapestries showed possible futures. Rowan understood now that the gentle metamorphosis was never just about them. It was about creating a space where others could begin their own transformations. The garden continued to grow, each plant responding to the emotional landscape of whoever tended it, each flower a testament to the courage of becoming. As the seasons turned, Rowan often sat beneath the silk cotton tree, watching new chrysalises form and open, remembering that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Sometimes in the corner of their eye they would catch a glimpse of silver hair and hear the rustle of leaves that sounded like gentle laughter, and they would smile, knowing that the work of transformation continues in endless, beautiful cycles, each of us both student and teacher, caterpillar and butterfly, seed and forest. Story 10. Story 10. Story 11. Story 11. Story 12. Story 12. Story 13. Story 13. Story 14. Story 14. Story 15. Story 15. In a quiet valley cradled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose skin shimmered with the faint, shifting colors of dawn and dusk. They moved through their days with a quiet uncertainty, their footsteps barely whispering against the soft moss paths of their village, their voice a soft murmur that seldom rose above the rustle of leaves. Rowan felt too much too deeply, a quality that made them wonderfully attuned to the world's subtle magic, but which also made them feel fragile, like a petal trembling in a gentle breeze. Rowan's home was a small cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed old melodies when the wind passed through their branches. Behind the cottage lay a garden, or what had once been a garden. Now it was mostly bare earth, with a few stubborn herbs and a single, ancient apple tree that bloomed faithfully each spring. Rowan longed to fill it with color and life, but every time they tried to plant something, doubt would creep in, and the seeds would remain dormant, as if waiting for a sign. One evening, as Rowan sat on the porch watching fireflies dance in the twilight, an old woman appeared at the garden gate. She wore a cloak the color of moss after rain, and her eyes held the deep, knowing light of stars. She introduced herself as Hazel, a traveler who gardened with more than just hands. Without waiting for an invitation, she settled beside Rowan and pointed to the barren patch of earth. "This soil is rich with dreams," she said, her voice like the soft crackle of a hearth fire. "But dreams need courage to grow." Hazel visited often after that, appearing whenever Rowan's loneliness felt heaviest. She never offered direct advice, only gentle observations and small, curious tasks. One day she handed Rowan a packet of seeds no larger than dust motes. "These are moon-petal seeds," she explained. "They will only sprout when planted under the light of a full moon, by someone willing to whisper their hopes to the soil." That night Rowan ventured into the garden, the silver light pooling around their feet like water. Their hands trembled as they pressed the tiny seeds into the earth. "I hope," they whispered, so softly it was almost a thought, "to be less afraid." Days passed without change. Rowan visited the patch each morning, finding only dark, undisturbed soil. But one morning, a week later, a delicate green shoot had emerged, its leaves edged in silver. And around it the ground shimmered with a soft, moon-like glow. It was Rowan's first small victory, not a grand transformation, but a quiet promise. As the moon-petal plant grew, so did a change in Rowan. Their skin, which had always shimmered faintly, began to pulse with a soft, rhythmic light whenever they felt a surge of genuine emotion. When they laughed, their cheeks flushed with gold. When they listened intently to a friend, their arms gleamed like river stones under clear water. These changes were beautiful, but they frightened Rowan, who worried that standing out would mean losing the safety of quiet solitude. Hazel returned one afternoon while Rowan was staring at their reflection in the garden's rain barrel, dismayed by the silver light flickering across their collarbones. "Everything in nature changes," Hazel said, stirring a cup of chamomile tea she'd somehow produced from her seemingly empty satchel. "The caterpillar does not apologize for the butterfly it will become." She led Rowan to a sheltered corner of the garden, where a silk-spinning moth had built its cocoon. "Watch this," she murmured. "It knows exactly when to emerge, not a moment too soon, not a moment too late. Its transformation is not rushed, but it is inevitable." Inspired, Rowan began spending more time in the garden. They planted starflower seeds that bloomed only when sung to, and their voice, though still soft, grew steadier with each melody. With every small success, a new bud, a vine that curled toward their hand, their confidence grew, and the garden responded in kind. Flowers bloomed in colors that shifted with Rowan's understanding, deep blue blossoms when they grasped a difficult truth, soft pink ones when they forgave themselves for a mistake. One evening, Hazel brought Rowan a small, smooth stone veined with what looked like captured lightning. "This is a heartstone," she explained. "It reflects not what you are, but what you are becoming. But be warned, it only shows the truth when you are ready to see it." For a long time, Rowan left the stone on their windowsill, untouched. They weren't sure they were ready for any more truths. But after a particularly kind conversation with a neighbor, one where Rowan offered comfort without stumbling over their words, they picked up the stone. Its surface swirled with soft light, and for a moment Rowan saw not their own face, but a pattern of interconnected roots and wings, glowing with gentle, steady light. "It's beautiful," Rowan breathed. "It is you," Hazel said from the doorway. She hadn't been there a moment before. Or rather, the you that is always emerging. As the seasons turned, Rowan's garden became a place of wonder. Butterflies with wings like stained glass came to drink from the dewcups of the moon petals. The ancient apple tree bore fruit that tasted of laughter and memories. Neighbors began to visit, not to gawk or judge, but to sit in the peaceful shade and share stories. Rowan found that their shimmering skin was not a mark of strangeness, but a gift. It helped others feel seen, and in turn, Rowan felt less alone. The final piece of the garden, a circular bed at its very center, remained empty. Hazel called it the heart bed, and told Rowan that it would only accept a seed they grew themselves. For weeks, Rowan tended the garden, learning its rhythms and whispers, until one morning they noticed a seed pod had formed on the moon petal plant. Inside were 3 pearlescent seeds, warm to the touch. "These are yours to plant," Hazel said on what would be her last visit for some time. "The garden has given you what you needed to grow. Now you must decide what you will grow in return." Rowan held the seeds in their palm, feeling the gentle pulse of life within them. That night, under a sky brimming with stars, they knelt in the heartbed and planted all 3 seeds, whispering not just hopes but gratitude, for the garden, for Hazel, for the slow, gentle unfolding of their own spirit. Weeks passed. The heartbed remained still. Rowan continued their routines, watering, weeding, singing. They no longer checked for growth every morning. They trusted that what was meant to emerge would do so in its own time. One afternoon, while showing a shy village child how to listen to the humming trees, Rowan felt a shift in the air. A subtle warmth spread from the heartbed, and when they turned, 3 slender shoots had broken through the soil, their leaves the color of twilight and starlight. The plants grew with impossible grace, weaving together into a single, beautiful form, a small flowering tree with bark that shimmered like Rowan's skin, and blossoms that changed color with the time of day and the tone of voices nearby. It was a tree of connection, of empathy, a living mirror of Rowan's own journey. Under its branches, the air itself seemed to hum with peace. Rowan no longer saw their shimmering skin as something to hide. It was part of them, as natural as the tree's glowing flowers. The garden was no longer just a garden. It was a testament to patience, to the beauty of slow becoming. Hazel did not return to see the tree in bloom. She wasn't needed anymore. But sometimes, in the corner of their eye, Rowan would catch a glimpse of a moss-colored cloak disappearing between the trees, or find a fresh cup of tea waiting for them on the porch, steam curling into the morning air. One evening, as Rowan sat beneath the glowing tree, a young person from the village approached hesitantly. Their hands were clasped tightly, and their eyes held the familiar glimmer of uncertainty. "Your garden," they whispered. "It feels safe." Rowan smiled, their skin softening to the color of dawn. "Would you like to help me plant something?" they asked. And as the two knelt together in the soft earth, preparing a new patch for seeds yet unknown, Rowan understood that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Their own transformation had been a quiet, gentle metamorphosis, not a destination reached, but a doorway opened. The cocoon had been necessary, the seed's patience essential, but the true magic was in the unfolding, the eternal, gentle becoming that is the heart of all growing things. The fireflies emerged as the last light faded, dotting the garden with floating stars. Somewhere in the woods, the trees began their evening hum. And in the gentle, breathing silence, a new story was already beginning to take root. Story 16. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps, and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmerwing moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss beetle, no taller than a pine cone, meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry. What troubles the green heart?" "The brook, Elder," Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. "It's lost its song. Its light is fading. It feels sad." Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. "But why?" Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. "What's wrong?" "The story is old, little one," Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. "Older than my shell. It is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods." He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. "See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep." Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. "What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel?" The old tortoise blinked slowly. "The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil. She watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic." The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. "Little guardian," the voice echoed. "You feel the discord. You seek the harmony. Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in Fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say. Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. Finches, the wind whispers harshly. We need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes. The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss beetle. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the valley of mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stones' deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss beetle sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petrichor, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. The gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elderbark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft night-time carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elderbark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great, green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf. They were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kalen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kalen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kalen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kalen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kalen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: "Follow the silver, find the stone that dreams." Trusting the water's wisdom, Kalen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kalen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars. Thanking the stone, Kalen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kalen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kalen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kalen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kalen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kaelin, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kaelin made his way back to his den, as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kaelin drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. "Pip, pip, pip," chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. "Elder Rowan's waiting," said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. "The forest feels too still." Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. "I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk." He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. "Children," he began, leaves rustling softly, "tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be." As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice: the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. Turn back, they hissed. The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing. Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening. She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. Remember summer, he called. Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover. The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. We carry summer inside us, he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. Pass, they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. Remember us when the thaw comes. Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. Now what? Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. The legends spoke of a song, Fern said. But how do we sing for summer? Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. Together, he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elderowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now, rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, bramble, and fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elderowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elderowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind." As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. You helped without being asked, chimed the lumina's leaves. Now let wonder reward you. The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. The world above the clouds was a tapestry of whispered secrets and floating lanterns, where the air smelled of rain-kissed lilacs and freshly spun sugar. Here in the Etherium, the libraries did not stand on solid ground but drifted between dimensions, their shelves lined with books that hummed melodies only the heart could decipher. It was to one such place that a young dreamer named Kalen journeyed, carrying with him a small woolen blanket his grandmother had woven, a soft, cinnamon-dusted thing that always smelled of home. Kalen had not come for himself, but for his village below the mist. Lately the springs that fed their gardens had grown quiet, and the flowers had begun to wilt. The elders spoke of a forgotten song, one that could wake the waters, but the memory of it had faded like ink in the sun. It was said that the Grand Athenaeum, the library that drifted where dreams and reality brushed against one another, held every story ever lived and every song ever sung. If the song of the springs was anywhere, it would be there. His guide was a creature of light and air, a lumina, a being that looked like a swirl of liquid starlight, shaped vaguely like an otter with wings of gossamer. It did not speak in words, but in ripples of color and gentle touches that conveyed meaning as clear as any language. When Kalen felt doubt, it would brush against his hand, leaving a trail of warmth that smelled like morning dew and reassurance. They passed through the whispering archways, great stone frames hung with curtains of ivy that chimed softly in the wind. Each archway led to a different wing of the library, and each was guarded by gentle sentinels, stone giants who moved with the grace of clouds and whose eyes glowed with the soft light of forgotten constellations. They did not bar entry, but offered riddles woven from starlight and memory. Kalen answered with stories from his own life, tales of kindness, of shared bread, of laughter around evening fires. And the giants would step aside, their stone faces curling into something like a smile. Deep within the Athenaeum, they found the starlight atrium. Here, books did not rest on shelves, but floated in the air like lazy fireflies, their pages turning to a music only they could hear. The air was thick with the scent of old paper, vanilla, and something else, something like the electric tang of a coming storm. And there, nestled between a volume on ocean tides and one on mountain echoes, was the book Kalen sought, bound in silver-blue leather that felt like cool water to the touch. But as he reached for it, the lumina trilled a warning, a cascade of amber light. From the shadows emerged a creature of melancholy, a shade weaver. It was not evil but lonely, a being made from forgotten memories and lost sighs. It communicated not in light or sound but in temperature, a cold touch that spoke of isolation. It guarded the book not out of malice, but because it contained the very song of connection, something it had never known. Kalen felt a chill wrap around his heart. He could have turned away, could have searched for another path. But he remembered his grandmother's words, Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is understand what frightens you. So he sat. He did not reach for the book. Instead, he unfolded his blanket, the one that smelled of cinnamon and home, and wrapped it around his shoulders. Then, softly, he began to hum. It was no magical tune, just a lullaby his grandmother sang, one that spoke of steady hands and kind eyes. The shade weaver stilled, its form flickering like a dying ember. Kalen reached out, not for the book, but for the creature. His fingers brushed against its cool, mist-like form. And in that touch, he shared warmth. He shared memory, the feel of sun on skin, the sound of shared laughter, the taste of fresh-baked bread. He shared home. The shade weaver did not pull away. Instead, it leaned into the touch, and its coldness softened into something like gratitude. It moved aside, and the book drifted gently into Kalen's waiting hands. He did not need to read it. As his fingers traced the water-like text, the song unfolded in his mind, a melody of underground streams and patient roots, of rain that nourishes and rivers that remember. It was a song of return. The lumina glowed with approval, a soft, gold-green light that filled the atrium with the scent of blooming jasmine. Together they retraced their steps, past the stone giants who nodded in silent respect, through the archways that chimed a little sweeter now, and back to the edge of the Ethereum. Kalen returned to his village as the first stars pricked the evening sky. He stood by the silent spring, closed his eyes, and let the song flow from him, not in a loud voice, but in a whisper, as though sharing a secret with the earth. And the spring remembered. It began to murmur, then to chuckle, then to sing. Water, clear and cool, bubbled up from below, carrying with it the scent of wet stone and renewal. The villagers gathered, their faces lit by lanterns and wonder. Flowers lifted their heads, and the world felt whole again. That night, as Kalen wrapped himself in his grandmother's blanket, he looked up at the sky. Somewhere between the dimensions of dreams and waking, a library drifted, and a creature of light and a being of mist kept watch over stories yet to be discovered. And he knew, as sure as he knew the scent of cinnamon and the feel of wool, that every act of kindness, every shared understanding, became part of that great and humming library, a song that would never truly be forgotten. And in the gentle silence that followed, sleep came like a soft tide, carrying him into dreams of floating lanterns and whispered harmonies, where every heart found its melody, and no one was ever truly alone. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a braying coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions, his grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. "It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction," Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. "Compassion is the deepest tide." Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the Sea of Whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. "You mended more than the pearl, you wove 2 worlds with kindness." As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. "The sea isn't hungry," he declared. "It's grieving." He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. "That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it?" Finn smiled, touching the moonstone. "It sought the heart's true harbor." Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang its melody of promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded, it was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Grandad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined Great-Aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid, welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather. But it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. Go away. Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe. He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. See, told you, all boom and no listen. Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. Grumble, old friend, he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. The stones are strong, he murmured, echoing Moss. They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song. He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts. Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the Glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song. Touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the Glen, the kindness of thistle, zephyr, and moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering Glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the Glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The Glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep, "Thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing Glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. In the quiet corner of the Whirlpool Galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kalen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kalen was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kalen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kalen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kalen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kalen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moonvines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They WTO'd their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kalen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kalen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kalen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer, flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kalen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kalen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kalen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kalen's hand and led him to the nebula nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kalen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors, golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kalen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kalen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kalen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kalen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kalen's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kalen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. In a quiet valley tucked between the shoulders of ancient, sleeping mountains, there lived a young woodcarver named Rowan. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, its stone chimney almost always breathing a soft, gray plume into the sky. Rowan was a quiet soul, his hands more comfortable with the grain of wood than with the words of people. He spent his days carving small animals and useful things, spoons, bowls, and little trinkets that held the warmth of his careful touch. But of late, a strange restlessness had settled in Rowan's heart. It was a quiet ache, a feeling that something was missing, though his life was simple and good. Each evening, as he sat by his own crackling hearth, he would look into the flames and feel a longing he could not name, a pull towards something just beyond the edge of his understanding. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the tree-teens and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Rowan decided to walk deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and decaying leaves, a smell that spoke of endings and hidden beginnings. He carried with him a small lantern, its light a warm, bobbing companion in the growing dusk. As he walked, the world seemed to soften and change around him. The familiar path gave way to less trodden ground, where ferns curled like sleeping creatures and moss clung to stones in velvety blankets. It was there, beneath the gnarled roots of an oak so old it seemed to hold the memory of the world in its bark, that Rowan saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of hearth embers, emanated from a hollow in the tree's trunk. Curiosity, gentle but persistent, drew him nearer. He knelt, setting his lantern aside, and reached into the hollow. His fingers brushed against something smooth and warm, like a stone left in the sun. He drew it out. It was a small, oval object, no larger than his thumb. It looked like a polished river stone, but it held within it a deep, inner light that pulsed rhythmically, like a sleeping heart. As he held it in his palm, a sense of profound calm washed over him. The restlessness in his own heart quieted, soothed by the gentle thrum of the stone. He knew with a certainty that felt older than the oak itself, that this was no ordinary thing. He called it a glow ember. For a long time, Rowan simply sat there, cradling the glow ember in his hand. Its light was not bright or harsh, but a soft, rosy gold that made the shadows dance in friendly patterns. The forest, which had moments before felt vast and unknowable, now felt like a comfortable room. He decided to take it home, a secret treasure to keep by his hearth. But as he stood to leave, a sound gave him pause. It was a soft, melodic chirping, filled with a note of distress. It came from further within the forest, in a direction he rarely ventured. Holding the glow ember before him, its light now seeming to push back the darkness with a will of its own, Rowan followed the sound. The trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a canopy that hid the emerging stars. The glow ember's light became his guide, casting a path of warm light at his feet. The chirping grew louder, more frantic. Finally, he pushed aside a curtain of hanging ivy and stepped into a small clearing. There, trapped in a thicket of brambles, was a small fox. But it was unlike any fox Rowan had ever seen. Its fur was not red or gray, but a deep, dusky silver, and its eyes, wide with fear, shone with their own faint, amber light. It was struggling against the thorns, each movement only tightening their grip. "Hush now, little one," Rowan said, his voice a soft murmur. "I won't harm you." He approached slowly, holding out his empty hand to show he meant no ill intent. The fox stilled, watching him with intelligent, wary eyes. Rowan set the glow ember carefully on a nearby stump, where its light pooled around them like liquid gold. Then, with the patience his woodcarving had taught him, he began to carefully work the brambles apart, his fingers deftly avoiding the sharp thorns. It took time. The night deepened around them, the only sounds the rustle of leaves, Rowan's soft breathing, and the occasional whimper from the fox. But finally, with a last gentle tug, the fox was free. It scrambled back, shaking its silver coat, and then turned to look at Rowan. The fear in its eyes had been replaced by a deep, thoughtful curiosity. It did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step forward, then another, until it stood before the stump where the glow ember rested. It nudged the stone with its nose, then looked up at Rowan and chirped again, but this time the sound was different, a questioning, grateful trip. Rowan smiled. "You're welcome," he said softly, The fox sat down, curling its brush-like tail around its paws, and seemed to settle in as if it had always belonged there. Rowan retrieved the glow ember and sat on the mossy ground, leaning against the stump. The fox crept closer until it was nestled against his side, a warm, silvery weight. Together they sat in the quiet clearing, illuminated by the gentle pulse of the magical stone. Rowan's earlier loneliness felt like a distant memory. He must have dozed off, for when he opened his eyes, the first pale light of dawn was filtering through the trees. The fox was gone, but nestled in the moss where it had been lying was a single, perfect feather, the color of moonlight. Picking it up, Rowan felt a strange connection, a thread of friendship that stretched out into the sleeping forest. He placed the feather carefully in his pocket beside the glow ember and began the walk home, his heart feeling lighter than it had in seasons. This became the beginning of a new ritual. Each evening, Rowan would venture into the forest with his glow ember. And each evening, the silver fox would find him. They did not speak in words, but in a language of shared silence, gentle nudges, and the comfortable understanding that exists between true friends. Rowan learned the fox's favorite paths, the clearings where moonlight pooled like water, and the hidden thickets where the sweetest berries grew. The fox, in turn, seemed to understand Rowan's quiet nature, his love for the simple, deep magic of the world. One night, as a full moon hung heavy and silver in the sky, the fox led him on a different path. It was a trail Rowan had never noticed, hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded down a mossy rock face with a sound like endless, gentle applause. The fox slipped behind the water, and Rowan, holding the glow ember high, followed. On the other side was not more forest, but a cavern. The air within was warm and hummed with a soft, resonant energy. And the cavern was not dark. The walls, the ceiling, the very floor were studded with thousands of glow embers, all pulsing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. Their combined light was a breathtaking warm gold that illuminated wonders Rowan could never have imagined. Flowers made of crystalline light, pools of water that shimmered with captured starlight, and fungi that glowed with soft, bioluminescent patterns. This was the Emberholt, a hidden world nestled in the heart of the mountain. The silver fox chirped proudly and trotted ahead, its fur reflecting the magnificent light. It was here that Rowan met the others. They were creatures of gentle magic, a badger with fur like polished jet and eyes that held the wisdom of deep earth, a family of rabbits whose ears twitched to the rhythm of the glowing stones, and an old owl who perched on a crystalline outcrop, its feathers the color of aged parchment. They were not startled by his presence. They looked at him and at the glow ember in his hand, and nodded in quiet welcome. They had been expecting him. The owl, who the fox indicated was the elder of this place, spoke not with words, but with images that bloomed in Rowan's mind. He saw the history of the Emberholt, how the glow embers were the heart light of the mountain itself, stones of comfort and connection that nurtured all life in the forest. He saw that they were fading. The great rhythm of their light was slowing, their warmth dimming. The world outside was forgetting the old, quiet magics, and the Emberholt was slowly falling into a slumber from which it might not wake. The fox nuzzled his hand, the one that held his own glow ember. The image in his mind changed. He saw that his stone was a keystone, one of the first and brightest. Its rediscovery had been a sign of hope. But one stone was not enough. The harmony of the Emberholt depended on a song that needed to be played on the heartstone, the very first ember, which had gone silent long ago. A gentle mystery unfolded before him. The heartstone was not lost, but sleeping somewhere within the vast caverns of the Emberholt. It needed to be found, and its song needed to be reawakened by a heart that understood both stillness and connection. The creatures of the Emberholt, for all their magic, were bound to this place and could not wake it. They needed a bridge, a friend from the world outside. Rowan felt the weight of the task settle on him, not as a burden, but as a purpose. The restlessness he had felt by his hearth had been a calling, a pull toward this moment. He looked at his friends, the silver fox, the wise badger, the gentle rabbits, the ancient owl, and he nodded. He would help. The following days and nights were a time of quiet seeking. Rowan explored the beautiful, sprawling caverns of the Emberholt with his companions. The fox was his constant guide, its cheerful chirps echoing in the vast spaces. They discovered rooms where the glow embers pulsed in different colors, creating symphonies of light. They found libraries of glowing lichen that told stories in patterns of light and shadow. They rested by the star pools, eating sweet, glowing berries that tasted of moonlight and peace. Yet the Heartstone remained elusive. Rowan began to understand that it would not be found by frantic searching. It would be found by listening. So he began to sit in silence in different parts of the cavern, holding his own keystone, feeling its pulse and trying to feel for an echo, a deeper song hidden beneath the beautiful harmony. During one of these moments of deep quiet, sitting in a small grove of light blossoms, he felt a tug, a faint, discordant thrum that was out of sync with the rest of the Emberholt. It was a note of deep loneliness. He opened his eyes and saw the silver fox watching him, its head cocked. It had felt it too. They followed the feeling, a thread of sorrow woven into the song of light. It led them down a narrow passage they had passed many times before, thinking it a dead end. But this time, urged by the faint pulse of wrongness, Rowan pressed his hand against the wall. To his surprise, it shimmered and became insubstantial, like a curtain of mist. On the other side was a tiny, secluded chamber. And in its center, on a pedestal of pure crystal, sat the Heartstone. It was larger than the others, and its light was not a warm gold, but a dull, weary gray. It pulsed slowly, painfully out of rhythm with the vibrant life of the Emberholt. It was surrounded by a palpable aura of deep sleep and profound isolation. Rowan approached it slowly, his own keystone glowing brightly in his hand, beating in a quick, anxious rhythm. He understood now. The Heartstone wasn't broken, it was lonely. It was the source of all connection, and in its solitude, it had forgotten how to connect to anything else. He did not try to grab it or force it to wake. Instead, he sat before it, just as he had sat with the fox in the brambles. He placed his own glow ember on the pedestal next to it. He simply sat and he listened. He poured all his feelings into the silence, his own former loneliness, the joy of his friendship with the fox, the awe of discovering this hidden world, his deep desire to help. He was a bridge offering the connection the Heartstone had lost. For a long time, nothing happened. Then the gray stone flickered. Once. Twice. It gave a weak, thready pulse. Rowan's own ember glowed in response, its light stretching toward the Heartstone like a comforting hand. The silver fox, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance, crept forward. It chirped a soft, encouraging sound and nuzzled first Rowan's hand, and then, bravely, the dormant Heartstone itself. That was the key. It was not about one person or one act. It was about the friendship, the shared purpose, the woven tapestry of their connection. Rowan placed his hand on the Heartstone. It was cold. He poured his warmth into it, not the warmth of a fire, but the warmth of a hearth, the warmth of home and belonging. The fox pressed its warm body against his side, adding its own unique magic to the moment. A shiver went through the Heartstone. The gray light flaked away like old ash, revealing a core of the most brilliant, warm, golden light Rowan had ever seen. It swelled, brightening the small chamber until it was almost too bright to look at. Then it began to pulse. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It was a deep, resonant beat that vibrated through the very rock, through Rowan's bones, through his soul. It was the heartbeat of the mountain. The sound was picked up by his own keystone, which pulsed in perfect time. Then from beyond the chamber they heard it, a wave of light and sound as every glow ember in the emberholt synchronized with the rediscovered rhythm. The song returned, richer, deeper, and more beautiful than before. The harmony was restored. The transformation was immediate. The light in the caverns grew warmer, brighter. The crystalline flowers bloomed larger, the star pools shimmered with new intensity, and the very air hummed with joy and vitality. The hidden world was awake, fully and completely. Rowan and the fox made their way back to the main cavern. The creatures of the Emberholt were waiting, their faces filled with a joy so profound it needed no words. The old owl dipped its head in a gesture of deep gratitude, and the images that filled Rowan's mind were of thanks, of renewal, and of an everlasting welcome. He would always be a friend of the Emberholt. He spent a little while longer with them, basking in the restored warmth and the happy chirps of his fox friend. But as the first hint of dawn approached, he knew it was time to return to his own world. His task was complete. The fox led him back to the waterfall. At the edge of the hidden world it stopped and chirped, its eyes glowing with affection. It nudged his pocket where the moon feather and his glow ember rested. Then it turned and disappeared back into the pulsing golden light of its home. Rowan stepped through the waterfall and into the cool, fresh air of the forest dawn. The world outside seemed different. The colors were richer, the birdsong sweeter, as if some of the Emberholt's magic had seeped into the very fabric of the valley. He walked home not with a restless heart, but with one that was full and peaceful. That evening and every evening after, Rowan would sit by his crackling fireplace. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, steady contentment. He would take the glow ember from his pocket, its light now pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, a quiet echo of the Heartstone's song, and hold it in his palm. Its warmth was a constant reminder of the hidden world, the unexpected friendship, and the journey that had transformed his own heart as surely as fire transforms wood. He was still a woodcarver, his hands still more comfortable with wood than with words. But sometimes, on nights when the wind howled outside or the moon was hidden behind clouds, he would see a flash of silver at the edge of the forest. And he would smile, knowing his friend was watching over him, a warm, silent promise in the darkness. And so, by the warmth of his hearth, with the gentle pulse of the glow ember in his hand, and the memory of golden light in his heart, Rowan found a peace that was deep and true. His story was one of quiet growth, of a heart learning to beat in time with the hidden magic of the world, and it was a story that burned steady and true, a gentle light in the vast, beautiful darkness, guiding all who heard it toward restful dreams. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble, he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm, and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown.
Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the willow of whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the willow of whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the willow of whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra, she soothed. To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new. Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress. Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. Perhaps, she said softly, we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart. As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength in vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful. Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go. With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew.
In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was from the crystalline planet of Luminara, where inhabitants communicated through shifting hues that danced across their semi-transparent forms. The other hailed from the harmonic world of Melodia, where thoughts were expressed through gentle vibrations that hummed through the air like wind chimes. The Luminaran, whom we might call Gleam, had found their small exploration vessel caught in the gravitational pull of a wandering asteroid field. Meanwhile, the Melodian, whom we might call Hum, had been drawn to the same sector by the peculiar musical resonance of the cosmic debris. Their ships, one shaped like a floating droplet of mercury, the other like a blossoming metallic flower, drifted silently toward each other until they came to rest side by side on a large, stable asteroid. When they first stepped out onto the asteroid's surface, their forms could not have been more different. Gleam shimmered with anxious silver streaks, their bodies shifting between worry blue and caution yellow. Hum responded with a low, concerned thrum that vibrated through their 6 delicate limbs. Neither could understand the other's language, but both recognized the universal signs of being stranded far from home. The asteroid offered little shelter from the cosmic winds that occasionally whispered through the void, so together they began to build a refuge. Gleam used their natural ability to shape crystalline structures, drawing minerals from the asteroid's core and weaving them into translucent walls. Hum contributed by finding the perfect harmonic frequencies that strengthened the crystals, their vibrations causing the structure to grow in elegant, arching patterns. What emerged was a sanctuary unlike any other in that sector of space, a grotto of living crystal that pulsed with soft inner light, its walls singing faintly with the memory of Hum's harmonies. Through the transparent ceiling, the nebula outside painted everything in hues of violet and gold, while star clusters glittered like scattered diamonds. Their first misunderstandings were many, and often quite amusing. Gleam once turned a brilliant shade of approval green when Hum arranged glowing moss in symmetrical patterns, not realizing that on Melodia, this pattern meant dangerous precipice. Hum responded with a cheerful ascending scale that meant foolish mistake on their world, which Gleam interpreted as musical praise. They spent a full cycle arranging the moss in increasingly elaborate warning patterns before realizing their confusion, their mutual embarrassment expressed in Gleam's flickering pink hues and Hum's wobbling bass notes of laughter. Another time, Hum arranged floating orbs of light in what they considered a comforting constellation, only to learn that on Luminara, this particular formation meant profound sorrow. Gleam had spent hours trying to comfort their friend with sympathetic indigo patterns, wondering why Hum kept adding more orbs to the sad formation. Yet through these mishaps they learned. Gleam discovered that when Hum's vibrations settled into a C minor resonance, it meant contentment, not sadness. Hum realized that Gleam's silver sparkles indicated curiosity, not alarm. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of color and sound that belonged solely to them. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when the asteroid rotated to face the galactic core. They would sit together in their crystalline sanctuary, watching star systems being born in clouds of luminous gas. Gleam would pulse softly in rhythm with the distant light, while Hum would harmonize with the faint electromagnetic songs of passing comets. In those moments, words were unnecessary. Understanding flowed between them like starlight through clear water. One particularly memorable evening, as they watched a binary star system perform its eternal dance, Hum noticed Gleam's light dimming slightly, a sign of homesickness on Luminara. In response, Hum began to vibrate at a frequency that caused the crystals around them to project images of their homeworld's musical forests. Then, remembering how much Gleam loved patterns, Hum arranged floating light particles to mimic the dancing auroras of Luminara. Touched beyond measure, Gleam responded by finding a rare mineral that, when struck, produced the exact harmonic tone of Hum's favorite childhood melody. Together they created something new, a light and sound sculpture that captured the essence of both their worlds, a testament to their friendship. As cycles turned, they learned each other's stories through their shared language. Gleam communicated through cascading colors how their people measured time by the shifting hues of their planet's three suns. Hum responded with vibrational poems about the great chorus that occurred when their world's tidal forces created natural harmonics across the crystal oceans. They discovered that despite coming from different worlds, they shared the same wonder at the universe's beauty, the same curiosity about other life forms, and the same capacity for kindness that needs no translation. When rescue finally came, a Luminaran scout ship following Gleam's energy signature, both friends knew their time together in their crystalline sanctuary was ending. As a farewell gift, they spent one last cycle perfecting their shared language, creating a complete lexicon of color and sound that could bridge their worlds. The scout ship's crew watched in amazement as their missing compatriot communicated with the musical being through complex patterns of light and vibration. Before departing, Gleam and Hum pressed their forms together, crystal against harmonic resonance, in a gesture that needed no translation. Though light years would soon separate them, they had built something more permanent than their crystal sanctuary, a connection that transcended species, language, and space itself. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the cosmic winds were just right, they could still sense each other's presence. Gleam in the particular way starlight refracted through atmosphere, hum in the specific resonance of solar winds against planetary magnetic fields. For true friendship, they had learned, is not limited by distance or difference. It flows between souls like starlight through the void, connecting all who are willing to listen beyond words, see beyond appearances, and understand with the heart rather than the mind. And in the vast, beautiful darkness of space, such connections shine brightest of all. In a quiet little house at the end of a cobblestone lane, where the scent of old books and cinnamon always lingered in the air, there lived a young girl who often felt that her world was just a little too small. Her name was Lily, and though she loved her home dearly, she sometimes wished for something extraordinary. One rainy afternoon, when the sky was the color of a well-loved gray blanket, and the sound of droplets played a soft, rhythmic melody against the window panes, Lily found herself wandering up to the attic. The stairs creaked gently beneath her feet, a familiar, comforting sound, like an old friend greeting her. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, dusty trunks, stacks of yellowed letters, and boxes filled with memories waiting to be rediscovered. As she brushed a cobweb from an old wooden chest, her fingers traced the carvings on its lid, swirls and stars that seemed to tell a story of their own. With a soft click, the latch gave way, and the lid creaked open. Inside, nestled among faded linens and bundles of dried lavender, was a small, tarnished compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if alive, and around its edge were inscribed the words, "Follow where the heart leads." Lily's breath caught. She lifted the compass, its metal cool against her palm, and as she did, the needle stilled, pointing not toward any window or door, but toward the far corner of the attic, where an old, moth-eaten tapestry hung. Curious, she approached, and as she drew nearer, the needle began to glow with a soft, golden light. With a gentle push, the tapestry swung aside, revealing a small, hidden door she had never noticed before. It was just large enough for her to slip through. Heart pounding not with fear, but with wonder, she turned the brass knob and stepped into a space that shouldn't have existed. Instead of the musty darkness of the attic's eaves, she found herself in a cozy, circular room lined with bookshelves that reached toward a domed ceiling painted with constellations. A fireplace crackled merrily in one corner, though no firewood lay within it, and the flames seemed to dance to some silent, joyful tune. And there, curled in a plush armchair by the fire, was a large, ginger cat. It blinked slowly at her, its eyes the color of amber, and a rumbling purr filled the room like the sound of a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Welcome, traveler," the cat said, its voice a warm, velvety murmur. "I am Ember. You found the heart's compass, I see." Lily stared, too astonished to speak. "Don't be alarmed," Ember purred, stretching lazily. "This is the Chamber of Whispers. It appears to those who are ready to listen, to themselves and to others." The compass in Lily's hand glowed brighter, and its needle now pointed toward a large, leather-bound book on a nearby table. Ember nudged it with his paw. "That," he said, "is the Book of Lost Courage. It has been waiting for you." Lily opened the book. Its pages were blank. "It won't show you anything until you're ready to face what holds you back," Ember explained. "The compass has brought you here because you seek something, not out there, but in here." He tapped a paw gently over his heart. Just then a soft, tinkling sound filled the air, like distant wind chimes. From behind a bookshelf stepped a small, round woman with spectacles perched on the tip of her nose, and a smile that seemed to light up the room. She carried a tray with a steaming teapot and 2 cups. "Ah, visitor, I am Elara, the keeper of this chamber," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages turning. "I thought you might like some peppermint tea. It's excellent for calming nerves and stirring courage." As Lily sipped the warm, fragrant tea, she found herself telling them about her quiet fears, how she longed to speak up in class, to make new friends, to explore beyond her garden gate, but something always held her back, a whisper of doubt that grew louder in the silence. Elara listened intently, her eyes kind. "Courage, my dear, is not the absence of fear," she said. "It is the choice to take one small step forward even when you are afraid, and you have already taken the first step by coming here." The compass glowed again, and its needle shifted, pointing now toward a small, ornate key hanging on a hook beside the fireplace. "Ah," said Ember, leaping down from his chair. "That key unlocks the next part of your journey, but be warned, the path ahead may feel dark and you must face it alone. We cannot go with you." Lily's heart fluttered, but she took the key. As she did, a door she hadn't noticed before appeared in the wall, a door of dark, polished wood with a keyhole shaped like a star. With a deep breath, she inserted the key. It turned with a satisfying click, and the door swung open to reveal not another room, but a pathway through a forest under a twilight sky. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted softly. "Remember," Elara said gently, "the greatest journeys are measured not in miles, but in moments of bravery. Listen to your heart, it will guide you." Lily stepped through the door, and it closed behind her. The forest was dim, but not frightening. The path was soft with moss, and fireflies drifted like living stars among the trees. She walked for what felt like both moments and ages, the compass warm in her hand, its needle glowing steadily ahead. Soon she came to a clearing where a small stone well stood, its rim worn smooth by time. From within the well came a sound, a soft, hesitant crying. Peering over the edge, Lily saw not water, but shadows shifting and swirling. And there, trapped within them, was a faint, shimmering light that pulsed like a heartbeat. She knew without knowing how that this was the source of the fear that sometimes gripped her, the doubt that kept her voice small and her world narrow. "Hello," she called softly. The crying stopped. "Who's there?" a small voice echoed from below. "It's me," Lily said. I think I'm here to help." The light flickered. "I'm afraid," it whispered. "It's so dark down here." Lily's own fear rose in her throat, but she pushed it down. Kindness, she remembered, not force. "Would you like me to keep you company?" she asked. For a long moment there was silence. Then, "Yes, please." So Lily sat by the well, and she began to talk. She talked about her home, her books, the way rain sounded on the roof, the taste of warm bread with honey. She talked about the friends she wished she had, the stories she longed to tell. And as she spoke, the light in the well grew brighter, and the shadows seemed to retreat. When she paused, the voice from below said, "Tell me about the stars." So Lily looked up at the emerging stars in the twilight sky and described them. How they glittered like diamonds scattered on velvet, how some seemed to wink as if sharing a secret. "You make it sound beautiful," the voice said, and now it sounded closer, warmer. "It is beautiful," Lily replied. "And so are you. You don't have to be afraid." There was a soft, sighing sound, and then the light rose from the well, not bursting forth, but drifting up like a dandelion seed on the breeze. It hovered before her, a gentle golden radiance that felt familiar and dear. "Thank you," it whispered. "I was so lonely." Then it floated toward her and settled over her heart, filling her with a warmth that spread through her entire being. She felt lighter, braver. The path back through the forest seemed shorter this time, and when she reached the door, it opened easily. Ember and Elara were waiting, their faces lit with smiles. "You did it," Elara said, her eyes sparkling. "You faced the darkness with kindness, and you brought your courage home." The Book of Lost Courage now lay open on the table, and on its pages were written, in glowing ink, the story of what had just happened. The tale of a girl who learned that courage is found not by avoiding fear, but by meeting it with an open heart. Lily picked up the compass. Its needle now pointed steadily toward the door leading back to her attic. she knew it was time to return. "Will I see you again?" she asked. Ember purred. "Whenever you need to remember your courage, just listen. We are always here, in the whispers of your heart." With a final, grateful smile, Lily stepped back through the hidden door into the attic. The tapestry swung shut behind her, and when she turned to look, it appeared just as ordinary as before. But the compass remained in her hand, its glow fading to a soft, warm hum. That night, as she lay in bed, the sound of rain gentle against the window, she felt different. The world outside might still be large and sometimes intimidating, but her heart felt wider, brighter. She knew now that adventure wasn't about how far she traveled, but how deeply she listened, to others and to herself. And somewhere in the quiet of the night, she thought she heard the distant chime of bells, the rustle of pages turning, and the contented purr of a ginger cat, all blending into a lullaby of courage and comfort, reminding her that even the smallest heart could hold the greatest bravery. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of whispering woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. but he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. "Whispering oaks," Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, "are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart." She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. "This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon." Milo stared at the acorn. "But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling." Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. "Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun?" She leaned forward. "Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet." Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small, new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, "Trust the ground that catches you." He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. "It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow." He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Elara. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Elara often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the willow of whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches,
that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility. a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. The village of Willowbrook was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary danced together like fireflies on a summer evening. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river hummed lullabies and the clock tower chimed with the softness of a mother's whisper, it was known for two things: the kindest hearts in all the land and the most curious little mysteries. Our story begins on an autumn evening, just as the last rays of sun dipped behind the purple hills. A soft, misty rain had begun to fall, tapping gently on rooftops and leaves like tiny, invisible fingers. In her cottage at the edge of the village, a young baker was just closing her shutters when she noticed something peculiar. The stars above Willowbrook, usually so bright and plentiful, seemed fewer than usual. As she looked closer, she realized with a soft gasp that the constellation of the Silver Swan, which always watched over the village, was missing entirely. Now this baker, let us call her Cora, was known for her patience and her keen eye. Where others might have panicked, she simply pulled her woolen shawl tighter and pondered. She remembered an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan takes flight from sight, seek the map drawn in starlight. Follow where the rainbows sleep, secrets that the glen will keep. Cora hummed the tune softly, the words weaving through her thoughts like the scent of cinnamon through her warm kitchen. She decided she would look into the matter at first light. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz. Old Finn, the clockmaker, declared that his finest pendulum clock was now ticking backwards. Miss Elara, the florist, rushed into the town square exclaiming that her entire patch of moon petals, flowers that normally glowed silver, had turned a deep, dreamy blue overnight. And young Leo, the shepherd boy, reported that the stream near the elderberry grove now flowed uphill. Cora listened to everyone with a gentle, attentive smile. She brought baskets of still warm hazelnut buns to share, and as the villagers nibbled and murmured, she noticed something.
Each strange occurrence seemed tied to a place, mentioned in her grandmother's rhyme. She found Finn polishing his spectacles by the fountain. "The clock only turned backwards after you wound it with the silver key, didn't it?" she asked softly. Finn nodded, and Cora noticed the key had a tiny, almost invisible swan engraved on its bow. Next, she visited Miss Elara's garden. The moon petals were indeed a stunning sapphire blue, and they shimmered as if dusted with frost. "Did you use water from the western well to tend them yesterday?" Cora inquired. Miss Elara blinked in surprise. "Why, yes, how did you know?" Cora simply smiled and patted her hand. Her wanderings led her next to the elderberry grove, where the stream gurgled merrily upwards. Leo was sitting on a mossy stone, looking puzzled but delighted. "It's warmer this way," he told Cora, "and it smells like honey." Cora dipped her fingers in the water and brought them to her lips. It did taste faintly of honey and something else, something like starlight. That evening, Cora spread an old map of Willowbrook on her oak table. The map was dotted with faded constellations, each marking a special place in the village. With a candle flickering beside her and the distant chime of the clock tower drifting through her window, she began to connect the points. The silver swan's wingtip touched the old well. Its beak pointed toward the elderberry grove. Its tail feathers brushed against Finn's clock tower, and its heart rested right over the village square. Just then, a thought struck her like a soft chime. What if the missing stars weren't lost, but hidden? What if they were waiting to be found? The next day, Cora gathered the villagers. "I believe," she said in her calm, clear voice, "that our village is not in danger, but on the verge of a wonderful discovery. The rhyme says to seek the map drawn in starlight. I think we must follow the path of the swan." And so, hand in hand, they did. First, they went to the western well. As they peered inside, they didn't see water, but a reflection of the night sky, complete with the missing swan constellation shimmering up at them. Finn, in his excitement, dropped his silver key into the well. Instead of a splash, they heard a sound like wind chimes. Next, they followed the sound to the elderberry grove. The upside-down stream now glimmered with a soft, silvery light. Miss Elara dipped a watering can into it and sprinkled the water on her blue moon petals. Instantly they turned not back to silver, but began to glow in shifting colors, rose, gold, violet, as if holding rainbows within their petals. Lastly, they arrived at the clock tower. Finn's backward-sticking clock now chimed in reverse, each tone unlocking a memory, the laughter of children, the scent of baking bread, the warmth of shared stories. And with the final chime, the silver swan constellation reappeared in the sky, brighter and closer than ever before. But the greatest surprise awaited them in the village square. There in the very center, a new flower had bloomed overnight. It had petals like liquid starlight and a center that shimmered like a tiny galaxy. Around it the cobblestones now glowed with soft, swirling patterns, the same constellations from Cora's map etched in light. They realized then what had happened. The peculiar happenings were not troubles but invitations, to look closer, to remember, to come together. The missing stars had hidden themselves so the villagers would seek them out and rediscover the magic in their own hearts and history. That night, as the gentle rain returned and the wind chimes sang their glassy songs, the people of Willowbrook gathered around the new starlight flower. They shared stories and sweets, and Cora passed around one last batch of hazelnut buns, now sprinkled with edible silver dust that glittered like captured starlight. And as they looked up at the silver swan, now shining more brightly than ever, they understood that some mysteries are not meant to frighten or confuse, but to remind us that wonder is always near, waiting for curious hearts and kind eyes to find it. The clock tower chimed softly, the stream hummed its upside-down lullaby, and one by one the villagers drifted to their homes, wrapped in the cozy certainty that their world was even more magical than they had dreamed. And high above, the stars twinkled in agreement, keeping their gentle watch over the little village where mysteries were solved with empathy, and every ending felt like a warm, welcoming beginning. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve,
and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance.
In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moon wove silver threads through the canopy, there lived a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. This was a place of whispered secrets, where the very air hummed with the gentle magic of the night. The trees, ancient and wise, stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. Moss-covered stones, soft as velvet, dotted the forest floor, and streams giggled over smooth pebbles, their babbling a lullaby for all who listened. On this particular evening, as a cool breeze rustled the leaves like pages turning in a great book, a young fox kit named Juniper felt a restlessness stir within her. She was small, with fur the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Juniper had noticed the days growing shorter, the air crisper, and the vibrant greens of the forest slowly giving way to hues of gold and amber. A subtle unease prickled at her paws, for she feared the coming winter, a time when the forest would sleep, and the warmth she cherished might fade. With a soft sigh, she padded through a clearing bathed in starlight, where bioluminescent fungi glowed like tiny lanterns along the roots of an ancient oak. The light cast eerie yet comforting shadows, and the air was filled with the soothing chorus of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. It was then that Juniper remembered the tales her mother had told her of Elder Hoot, a great horned owl who resided in the highest branch of the grandfather tree, the oldest and wisest being in the forest. It was said that Elder Hoot understood the secret language of all things, the murmurs of the streams, the sighs of the stones, and the whispers of the trees. Perhaps he could ease her worries. With determination lighting her path, Juniper set off toward the heart of the forest, her paws making no sound on the carpet of pine needles. As she journeyed, the forest seemed to come alive with gentle sounds that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The wind whispered through the leaves, creating a soft shushing noise that calmed her racing heart. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle drizzle that tapped rhythmically on the broad leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. Juniper paused by a babbling brook, where the water chuckled over stones worn smooth by time. She dipped her paw into the cool stream, and for a moment she felt as if the water were speaking to her, telling tales of journeys to distant lands where the sun always shone. After a while, Juniper reached a starlit clearing where the grandfather tree stood, its branches stretching toward the heavens like arms embracing the sky. Perched on a limb was Elder Hoot, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes holding the depth of the night itself. He did not startle at her approach. Instead, he blinked slowly, a gesture of welcome. "Little one," he said, his voice a low, resonant hum that blended with the forest sounds, "I felt your footsteps on the earth. What brings you here on such a peaceful night?" Juniper sat at the base of the tree, her tail wrapped around her paws. "Elder Hoot, I am troubled," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. The seasons are changing and winter approaches. I fear the cold and the silence. How can the forest bear to sleep for so long? It feels like an ending, and it fills me with sorrow. Elder Hoot ruffled his feathers gently. Ah, the cycle of rest and renewal, he mused. It is a dance as old as the stars themselves. But to understand it, you must learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. The forest has a language all its own, and tonight, if you are willing, I will guide you to hear it. He spread his wings slightly, not to fly, but to gesture toward the path ahead. Let us walk together, and I will show you how the trees, the streams, and the stones speak of the seasons. And so Juniper followed Elder Hoot as he led her deeper into the woods. Their first stop was a grove of silver birches, their bark gleaming like polished bone in the moonlight. Elder Hoot paused and placed a wing against the trunk of the largest tree. Listen, he urged. Juniper pressed her ear to the cool bark and heard a faint, humming vibration, a slow, steady pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth. The trees are storing their energy, Elder Hoot explained. They are not dying, they are dreaming. In their sleep they gather strength for the spring, when they will awaken with new leaves and blossoms. This is the language of patience, little one. It teaches us that rest is not an end, but a preparation for new beginnings. As they moved on, they came to a stream that wound through the forest like a ribbon of liquid silver. Elder Hoot gestured to the water. Kneel and listen to its song. Juniper did as she was told, and the babbling brook seemed to form words in its flow. It spoke of the mountains where it began, of the rain that fed it, and of how it would slow to a trickle in winter, only to surge again with the melt of snow. The stream knows that stillness is part of its journey, Elder Hoot said. In the quiet of winter, it reflects the stars above, gathering light for the days ahead. This is the language of resilience. It reminds us that even in silence there is beauty and purpose. Next they approached a circle of moss-covered stones, arranged as if by ancient hands. Elder Hoot hopped onto the largest stone, which was warm from the day's sun. Place your paw here, he instructed. Juniper touched the stone and felt a deep, grounding warmth seeping into her. The stone seemed to whisper of ages past, of winters it had endured, and of the moss that clung to it like a soft blanket. Stones teach us constancy, Elder Hoot murmured. They do not fear the cold, for they know it is temporary. Their wisdom is in their stillness. They hold the memory of the forest, and in their silence they offer comfort. As they continued their walk, the forest revealed its bioluminescent wonders. Fireflies blinked in the darkness, their lights dancing like fallen stars, and patches of glow-in-the-dark moss illuminated their path with an ethereal green hue. Juniper felt her fears melting away, replaced by a sense of wonder. But then a new challenge arose. A young rabbit named Thistle, who was Juniper's friend, came hopping toward them, his eyes wide with panic. Juniper, I've lost my way, he cried. The paths look different in the dark, and I cannot find my burrow. Juniper's heart went out to her friend. She looked to Elder Hoot for guidance, but the owl simply nodded encouragingly. Use what you have learned, little fox. Listen to the forest, and it will show you the way. Remembering the language of the stones and streams, Juniper closed her eyes and focused. She heard the babbling brook to the east, its sound a familiar marker. She felt the alignment of the moss on the trees, which always grew thicker on the north side. With gentle confidence, she led Thistle through the starlit clearings, following the subtle cues of the forest. Along the way they were joined by other nocturnal creatures, a badger who shared a knowing nod, and a family of mice who whispered directions from the safety of their hollow log. Together they formed a chain of friendship, each contributing their unique wisdom. When they reached Thistle's burrow, safe and sound, the rabbit nuzzled Juniper gratefully. Thank you, he said. I was so scared, but you made the forest feel like home again. Juniper realized that in helping her friend, she had forgotten her own fears. The forest had not felt silent or cold. It had been alive with connection and care. Elder Hoot, who had watched from a distance, glided down to join them. You see, Juniper, the magic of the forest is not just in its cycles, but in the hearts of those who dwell within it. Winter is not a time of loneliness. It is a season of gathering, of stories shared by firelight, of roots deepening in the earth, and of friendships that warm the coldest nights. As he spoke, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, drifting down like feathers from the sky. They landed softly on Juniper's fur, each one a tiny crystal of peace. The forest transformed around them. The bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter against the white snow, and the trees stood in serene silence, their branches adorned with icy lace. The babbling brook slowed its song to a gentle hum, and the wind whispered promises of spring. Juniper felt a deep contentment settle over her. She understood now that the cycles of rest and renewal were not something to fear, but a natural rhythm that held its own kind of magic. Elder Hoot led them back to the grandfather tree, where they huddled together at its base, sheltered by its mighty roots. The owls shared tales of winters long past, of how the animals would gather in harmony, and how the snow blanketed the forest in a hush that allowed for dreams to grow. Juniper listened, her eyes growing heavy as the sounds of the night, the soft crunch of snow under paws, the distant hoot of other owls, and the steady breath of the wind, lulled her into a state of tranquil peace. When the first light of dawn tinged the horizon with pale pink, Juniper awoke to find the forest blanketed in white, sparkling under the rising sun. Elder Hoot was gone, but his wisdom lingered in the air like the scent of pine. Juniper knew that winter had arrived, but instead of dread, she felt a quiet excitement for the days ahead, a time to rest, to reflect, and to cherish the warmth of community. As she made her way home, the forest seemed to whisper its gratitude. The stones felt warmer beneath her paws, the streams hummed a gentle farewell, and the trees swayed in a dance of approval. Juniper carried with her the understanding that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest silence, the heart of the forest beats on, full of magic and hope. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the ancient forest settled into its winter slumber, cradling all its creatures in a cocoon of peace, waiting patiently for the renewal that spring would bring. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean. Above, the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things in high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek?" Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." "Ah," Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. "The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth." He pointed his stick upwards. "The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing." With Bramble offering steadying advice, "Plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root," and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, "Almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly." Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. "The sky's memory well," Bramble whispered reverently. "But it's empty, that can't be right." Pip fluttered nervously. "It feels sad, like a nest without eggs." Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. "Force won't work here, lad," Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. "This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood." Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. "The sky hasn't forgotten something out there," Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. "It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key, warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. "It's okay," he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. "It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again." He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. "Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed." Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. "It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things, too." The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue.